Hi, everybody. I'm Mr. Bayer. Who wants to see where I make my methamphetamine? I took a shit over there. I make my methamphetamines over there. Now, who wants to see where I keep our dismembered corpses? Hi, everybody. I'm Mr. Bayer.
Where black
Who wants to see where I make
white people talk nonsense. Listen, we have you on because every other episode we just talk at each other. So you can talk as much as you want. It's fine.
All right.
As long as if Ray doesn't have to talk and doesn't have to steer the ship off the road like he usually does.
Yep.
Then it's good. Yeah.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
There you go. Yeah, you can have it. Good, because we drive it straight into a volcano usually. So
Except for that's the heart, Tim. And that can never be mended. You know that. The heart always breaks.
God, dude, one of your girlfriends take care of that for you.
No, they usually go, well, thank you for the free meal. Have a good day, sir.
Ray is a 60-year-old man in a 30-year-old's body.
I am, yeah.
If anyone doesn't know.
Nice.
His references are like way older than they should be for someone his age.
Oh, you know,
Yeah.
I would love to see that fight. And I would be rooting for Greg Hardy the entire time. Funny thing, if you've ever wanted to see me in pain at any point that we've been hanging out, today's your day.
Ray, they see you in pain every time you do a set.
This is true.
Damn.
Yeah. So Thomas has seen it and Tim's never seen it.
Nope.
It was basically if Mortal Kombat was a shitty like Saturday morning cartoon. Like
Yeah, exactly.
they had like they had a Native American character on there. They had the street tough black guy. Like they had all the stereotypes. WMAC Masters.
There it is.
It's such a.
So
cool
you're saying it
show.
doesn't hold up? Is that what you're trying to
It
say?
does not at all.
It doesn't look fit full, Ray. Let me see that glass. No, Ray, top it off.
This is like goddamn amazing.
You got
Damn.
No, I just want you to follow the rules. What happens if you don't follow the rules? The wheel gets you back again.
This is true.
Why don't you two fight each other? There you go.
Talked about it.
I've been
We've
thinking
talked
that,
about
but
it.
I didn't want to say anything.
We have talked about
I'm
this
still at a
for
shit.
years,
I can't
man.
fight anybody right now.
I am
used to a
so
9-year-old right
down.
now.
I will meet him at a weight. I don't care if I have to gain weight to fucking fight Tim, but it would mostly be like it would be a rolling match in the cage.
Pretty
like
much.
somebody would take someone down.
What's crazy is out of all of us, Tim looks like he's most likely to be the wrestling fan.
I see so many fucking guys who look like Tim Danko at AIW shows. It's not even funny, and I love I see him. I'm like, I want to buy him a shot, but it's not Tim, and I get sad.
Yeah, and this kid's going to be a star, obviously, and that's what they wanted to happen. They want him to get a big win in London. They're hoping that was going to happen. I mean, did they give him somebody they think he could beat? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not like Vargas isn't tough. Vargas is a tough guy. And yeah, Pimblett was a big favorite. But that's what they wanted to happen. They want this kid to be one of their next big stars, especially in the lightweight division. And now he's won two fights, one by knockout, right, and one by submission. So now he's going to fight somebody tough. And that division's super stacked. So there's tons of people he could fight. Before you put me on, I'm screaming at my microphone because you didn't put me on. I'm like, she's Mexican, you racist asshole!
I don't know
Spanish, you monster! But you didn't put me on because you wanted to talk wrestling. He had two. I only had one fight. He had two fights, but my one fight lasted longer than his two fights combined by like a lot. I think these both of his fights were inside of a minute.
And how did your fight end, Tim?
I got TKO'd in the second round. And there's a lot of guys, strikers, that have just became fantastic at takedown defense. I mean, Anderson Silva was good at it. Like, Junior Santos was good at it. I mean, those are just the first two I think of. But there's been a lot that, I mean, if you're a striker like that, you have to have good takedown defense. There's been a lot of guys who have great takedown defense, and he's one of them. However, I mean, Robert Whittaker is a striker first. He's not a wrestler. And however, neither really is Cannonier. Maybe a little bit more, but I don't really expect Cannonier to fight him that way. I'm excited to see that fight, though. I don't expect Izzy to lose at all, but I like Cannonier a lot. And he's a tough guy, so I'll definitely watch that fight. But if either of us touch the other one's liver, we'll die, Ray.
Probably. That'd be fine. I want to be the first MMA death of like a true amateur, where it's like the worst fight ever. How
bad would it be if you got
MMA fight, bro?
Killed in the cage. You got killed in the cage by me.
Yes.
His liver exploded.
And with that, we're live. What's up, folks? The comment section is ablaze, roasting our introduction, which I love. I'm holding my microphone. Has broken finally. Yay me. Tim Danko's over here. Tom Pope right out there. This is Bro Plata 162. The first cut is the deepest. We'll get into that, a bunch of other stuff, and we have from the movie Warrior and a Midwest staple in ring announcing here, especially in Ohio, Jake Digman is going to be on. We appreciate everybody being on here. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Thank you. You're sexy. Tim, how are you?
I think I'm dying, Ray. I told Thomas.
Oh,
They're pretty
no.
sure I'm dead. I'm just a
Oh,
walking
no.
corpse, essentially.
All right.
I'm gonna be cut up in Mr. Bear's basement here soon.
Mr. Bear gave you some knockout juice, and it's kicking in probably at the
Maybe.
Jake Digman thing.
When's Jake coming on?
I told him to come in around like 8:45, I think. Have a couple hours, talk some fights, get him on the show for as long as
I
he
watched
wants
his
to be
scene
on.
today. I watched the scene in Warrior today, just as a refresher.
Was it awesome?
He does a good job.
Yeah.
It's quick, but he has, he's ring announcing.
Yeah. I love Jake Digman, though.
I'll talk about all the things I don't like about that movie. And the things I do like about that movie. We have talked about this before. It really is the best MMA movie, but there's a lot of nonsense in it that kept it from being really, really good.
Really? Because I always thought it was kind of a caricature movie of MMA in a way, where it's like, tough guy has to do this.
Well, they're all like that. We're all like
the
that.
Russian, bro.
Yeah, they're all like that, but you were hoping that wasn't going to happen this time. But not only that, just shit that it wouldn't happen. Like, no human being could fight 3 days in a row like that.
I mean, if you ask Nick Nutter, maybe he possibly
not 3 days in a row. 3 in 1 day is one thing, but like you have a whole day in between fights, your body, you can't fucking move. 3 fights in no, especially the way that Joel Egerton, how you say his name, his character get the shit kicked out of him in all those fights, he would not be able to stand that third day. Also, there's no such thing as the kind of fights that Jake Digman did re-announced in that movie. Like, there's no like underground that I know of underground smokers where there's like in a parking lot of a strip club that like aren't sanctioned and like you fight 3 times in a night and then you win $100. Like those aren't things anymore. They may have been things a long time ago, but they haven't been things for a long time.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wish that they could make. And I haven't seen the Halle Berry movie, so I can't really comment.
Not bad.
Okay,
there's not a lot of MMA in it.
Okay,
but there's one fight, and it's with Valentina, and who would be better, and it's fine, but it's not bad.
Thomas,
are you? I'm drinking a pale ale.
Oh boy,
with peanut butter vodka.
Jesus!
You put vodka in your pale down. You're going hard in the paint tonight, buddy.
Yeah, did we turn you? I hope we didn't turn him into like a major alcoholic. Like
probably we did it.
No, man, I'm celebrating, but we'll get into that later.
What? For what? All right, I can wait.
No, if you,
something to do with wrestling.
Part 1 has some. Part 1 and 2 has something to do with wrestling, but the last part does not.
Okay.
Part 1, as you guys see, my name is the White Rabbit.
Yeah.
Because he will be back to save us, as he is the killer of the world.
Jesus?
Sort of. It's a Jesus-like figure in the WWE.
Yes, he is.
Bray Wyatt, one of my favorite characters, and hopefully it's good booking. Hopefully.
The way they've done it so far has been awesome. It's been freaking people out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they play like Jefferson Starship in the arenas, and then a red light comes on and shit. It's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie.
Johnny, there's good acting in that movie for sure. We'll talk about it more when Jay comes on. Like, there's a really great scene. Nick Nolte knocks out of the fucking park, but there's so much other like, just I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Just bullshit that I don't like. I guess I don't know. Cialis stories. Yeah, is that what it's going to be? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No,
because I was answering
no.
a comment. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, the second part is I'm actually training with someone that wants to be a professional wrestler, and they're
Nice.
trying to get into AIW.
Nice.
So they're having me do some training with them.
Nice.
And so far, so good. I like today. Today was really good.
Let's keep it easy, man. I want to hear like you take a bump and then your pacemaker fell off or some shit like that.
Well, this is the thing, Tim. I'm tired of being this. So I want to, I don't want to be Adonis type shit, but I want to get this stuff together because when you're sitting like this and you can't breathe, that's a problem. Bro.
Yeah,
Thomas,
I'm experiencing that
right
now.
You don't have to tell that to me or Ray, apparently.
Yeah,
so
it's starting to be a problem.
Either of us. I mean, isn't it the name of the show? Fat Plata.
Fat
Ploppa.
Fat Fupa.
The third part is my favorite band, which Ray liked one of their songs last week that I posted on my Facebook. My favorite band,
Crazy Town.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Plague, they're coming to Pennsylvania, and I supposedly have tickets to go see them.
Nice.
So I'll go see my good friend that I haven't seen in years and probably be scared shitless because he'll talk about doing cocaine, and I don't want to be bothered.
I don't want fucking Yinzer cocaine. I don't want that shit. Jeez.
Yeah. So
was that fucking pastrami in it?
The French fries are on top of it for some reason.
On top of the coleslaw and the French fries, all in the cocaine.
Did you say Nickelback two joints? No, I do not.
Nickelback is good. All right,
I told you
like
their new song is just it's disappointing to say the least.
It should be because it's their comeback song, man. Like it's gonna be bad.
I wish they would just hire a
stupid.
lyricist like one time. I just like don't let Chad Kroger write his own lyrics. Let someone else write the lyrics, and then it'd be fine. Yes, White Rabbit was a song from the 70s. Yes, we talked about that earlier.
Hold on, I'm gonna log out and log back in. For some reason, shit's like really slow right now, and I don't know why.
Yeah, you are breaking up.
It's lagging.
Yeah, piss.
No new kids on the block for me. I got beat to them people.
They had a bunch of hits.
Hanging Tough.
Chinese food makes me sick. What?
Hanging Tough was not one of my favorites.
I heard Hanging Tough yesterday. Hanging Tough. Hanging Tough. Yeah. Whoa.
The most racist. Really? Why is pastrami the most racist two joints?
Smoking on tobacco, feel like El Chapo. Oh, yeah, cool. Sounds good.
I need a cigarette, but cigarettes are gonna hurt what I'm doing. Protest all white, but why do you protest all white bands two joints? What's the problem? Some white
you're
bands
Canadian, bro. Like what bands are not whites from Canada? The Veer Union? Well, they're mostly white. There's this one black guy.
That's a good point. I can't think of the thing about all the white bands that come from Canada. They're all fucking
even
good.
their NBA stars are white, fam. That's not true.
No, that's not true.
I kind of forgot about all the other ones. The best one, Steve Nash. But then besides that,
fucking Rush is awesome.
Okay, but they're white. They're very white.
They are very white, but I love these
brothers in the. You know what, two joints? I'm going to introduce you to a new style of music called hip hop, and you're going to be blown away.
Hold it, but hold on. The white people over in England
are doing. I saw that video you posted. I'm in love. It was perfect.
The Northern boys are hot, bro. They're hot as hell.
I think my favorite part is like that video was shot on the same camcorder he's had since 2001. Like,
I'm serious. Like
it was made with Windows Movie Maker. Like
they're having a renaissance over in goddamn England with grime rap or gangster rap. It's like
that's gangster rap.
I guess I mean, for them it is. Yeah. Like, don't they
having a gangbang to Jackson 5? Like, that's what I remember.
That was my life.
Yeah, that's
that
they call the Northern Boys. Yeah, everybody.
The Northern Boys, Pete
like,
and Boss.
They're like a couple British dudes in their 60s.
Like Pete and Boss. Pete and Boss is in their 70s. They're all associated. They're all together. It's just like
they all go to the same moose lodge. Do they have those in England?
I don't know. They probably do.
Something like that. Called something else.
Nuts.
Not Knights of Columbus, but something like that.
I'm like,
Knights of
that
Her
song
Majesty.
popped up on my top line yesterday. My timeline yesterday. I was like, I'm in love again. I'm in love with English gangster rap.
I watched that one you put up there. I watched it, and I wasn't disappointed. It's pretty great.
Ray, however, got something against English rappers.
Oh, I have nothing against English rappers.
He doesn't like any white rappers that don't wear makeup on their face
This is true. This is true.
and drink Faygo.
Goddamn right. Nothing beats cherry, okay? Nothing beats cherry Faygo. It's the best when it's cold.
Is this true?
Justin Bieber thinks he's 30% black. No, I think he's like more. He thinks he's 60% probably.
Well, he's black for Canada. Another
Yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Stereotype evil black people in. We're talking about white people in rap, two joints. So, shot that down.
Didn't realize the Great White North was so racist. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, that's why they kicked Josh Naylor out. The Naylor brother. Yeah, get out of here.
Get out of
Go to
here,
the
you
States,
know.
play ball.
You caused too much trouble, I tell you. It's they're crying over in the next city. It's quite bad.
Smoked a blunt with Riff Raff in like 2015.
That's
Good white rapper.
dude. That's actually pretty funny.
I don't know
He
who Riff
just-
Raff is.
Dude, Thomas, pull up a picture of Riff Raff. He is like fashionably, he's an idol of mine. Like, I would love to be as confident as Riff Raff. He's an okay rapper. He's not a good white rapper, but I mean, he's an okay rapper. But like his style rules,
Right.
like,
You want to start dressing like we feel like in the inside, like we're just wearing like bright yellow suits. And,
yes,
like,
neon 8-bit sunglasses, just like they're like all like the ridges and all that shit.
yes.
He's okay. Yeah, Pink Panther with AIDS. Yeah, pretty much.
Start dressing like mall guy.
Yeah, look at this is Riff Raff. Like every man should want to grow up to be this dude.
All right.
Like go to the pink shirt. The
Hard
pink shirt's the best one.
You can buy this wardrobe at Goodwill for like $8.
What pink shirt? Oh, this one.
Pink shirt. Yeah, go to this one. How do you not love a man like that? That's a Conor McGregor level
Is
sexy.
that rhetorical?
all right?
Because I have answers for that question.
Right.
I love dudes like this. I wish I could pull shit like this off, where it's just
Dude,
like
this guy looks like what the shirtless one or that one. He looks like fuckboy Billy Ray Cyrus.
he does. Fuck Billy Ray Cyrus. Oh God, that's funny. Yeah, he is.
Can we just
he's
become mumble rappers? Can that just be a thing we can do? All you need is
Yes.
all you need is auto tune and go la 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 la, right?
cornrows on a white rapper, racist. Oh God, Riff Raff. I got to show this while Thomas is doing this. Apparently, he has a BET tattoo. That's a gangster right there. Like that's a man.
Look at this. Look what happened to my. Look what happened over here.
Cookie or beat.
It was Bieber.
Goddamn
Embiid.
Bieber.
Hey, he's been pitching pretty good. So his namesake's been pitching really well. So I just gotta fix this though.
Wait a minute. Now, that's because he got a BET tattoo. BET's owned by MTV, so that doesn't count for shit.
I know, but it's hilarious that he has one. I don't care. Any white man that has the balls to do that and look the way he does, he looks like if he went into like what the Prodigy does.
No.
He would have a good band.
No.
Like, he looks like a guy who likes to jump off stages and kick people in the face. And that to me is punk rock as shit. All right.
First of all, don't you ever demean the greatness of Keith Flint, Maxim, and Liam Howlett. Even my man that's at home, Lamar, he doesn't tour with them anymore. Don't you ever this.
You would church on me like you felt the spurt in that one. I like it.
Okay, guys, we can continue with the show now.
Mm.
You sure
Stop
about
holding
that?
your
The
breath.
panic attack over, little one.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But I not good.
Katy Perry.
I had to bend over and everything. I'm out of breath.
How the fuck did this fuck date Katy Perry?
You know what? It's perfect. It's exactly because she wanted to piss her daddy off. That's why.
Well, listen, it was Russell Brand before that, then, right? She has a pattern. There's a pattern.
Pattern of toxic masculinity. Just
Okay.
he every day when he was young.
Every day.
That's exactly.
That's not powdered sugar on my French toast.
Freddy Krueger's autistic son.
Damn.
Oh God, hallelujah. So good.
Best show on the internet, but not because of us.
No, yeah, we have some of the best commenters, and you sexy bitches are awesome for being with us.
Smacking
Don't
like an
watch
old
that
man's
Dana
balls.
White's Contender Series bullshit. You want to see Jake Digman later about
That's true.
8:45.
Also, you want to watch those guys fight? Watch number one after they prove themselves and when they're making some money. Not when they're making
Yeah.
$600 a piece or whatever they're making on Contender Series. They're probably making 5 and 5, but still.
I hope they all don't get contracts. That's
Why
what
would you
I
be
say.
scared of Katy Perry, John? I'd take Katy Perry's titties all day.
Katy Perry looks like the kind of girl that'll like suck your dick but hold a knife to your neck. Like she looks crazy. That's why
Yeah.
I'm scared of her.
I would have been into like before she got real big when she was like doing Warped Tour. Like Warped
Yeah.
Tour Katy Perry would have been like
my
that's the Katy
speed.
Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I don't know. The California girls, she's got like a dead-eyed stare. It's the weirdest thing to me. Although most Christian girls do. So
When I was in a band when I was 20, I pushed really hard to cover I Kissed a Girl really hard. And Andrew Law wanted no part of it. Like
should do it now.
it was actually like it was like a 3-1 of the four of us. Yes, but he was so against it that he couldn't do it. Like he was outvoted, but he still was so against it.
Then suck a dick, dude. Like
Listen, we were 20, you know.
have
We used
a
to fight all the time, which is so dumb. Sounds so dumb now.
Yeah, I liked her when she kissed a girl, but now she looks like a psychopath. That's most of the women I've dated, John. And SSRI dead eyes. It could be. Luckily, Tim doesn't have that. It actually brings a sparkle to his eyes.
What?
Your meds.
Yeah, you never know me without meds. I mean, you've known me on more meds than I am on now.
Okay.
That's probably when I function better. I drank more, but I functioned better.
I
Definitely drank more.
when I was on SSRIs, I didn't drink for a year, and then I just said "fuck these things" and like just got my
This
shit
going
together.
back to self-medication.
Yes,
What's a doctor now?
weed and alcohol.
Katy Perry and Miley Cyrus would be erotic and cringy as fuck. Listen, that's why they need to bring back, and they've been trying, but it hasn't worked. Celebrity Deathmatch. That's why it needs to come back
Yes.
so we can see that kind of fight in all its claymation glory.
Oh hell yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be so good. Oh, I don't know. I just discovered Come Town. They're good. Seems like Ray dated the same chicks as me. Not good.
Probably.
Yeah,
Back to
yeah. My relationship statuses always came with a hazard sticker, so
Wah, wah.
yeah, just toxic.
Have you been mistaken for outlaw biker gang leader? Not when they see me try to ride a motorcycle. That goes out the window.
I was about to say they're like, get on a Schwinn first. We don't believe it.
I'm the leader, but I'm always in a sidecar.
Yes, you're
No,
pointing.
I feel like a super hot chick drives me around in a sidecar. That's the kind of leader I am.
Sunglass. You got them like old 50s goggles on and like a military helmet,
Always have a
and you just
cigar in my
point
mouth.
to places you want to go.
Yeah.
It's usually like chicken places that you know.
Sure,
A
why
bunch
not?
of bikers come in and they have like a potluck.
Not Chick-fil-A though, you homophobes. Not that kind of biker gang.
Yeah. I've been into biker chicks and like, well, yeah, I would say biker old women at that point.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, when you You don't live until you have sex with a woman with tatted breasts. That's all I have to say. It's the
I've done
best.
that.
Oh,
It's fine.
just fully. Oh man. So
Dude,
nice.
I think I told you the story. Like my first year in comedy, I did this show with Jeremy Shearer and Sean Boyd at this biker bar in Doylestown. It was creepy as fuck.
Oh, I bet.
Although I think it's been like condemned since then. Because I would love to go back there. Because I was new then and I bombed so hard they did not like me.
Motorcycles are fun, but eventually you go down, or you go down, and maybe
maybe you live, maybe you don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There's no why there for the
I knew what it meant. Anyway,
did you?
Yeah, that's why I said it correctly. Anyway, yeah, that's what worry about. And when I see bikes on the road, I just try to stay out of their way, man.
Yeah.
If they're on the highway, I'm just like, just go around me. Go around me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't move. I give them as much time. Johnny, I hope every man loves his hog the way you do, sir. But yeah, I treat them like school buses at times. Where I'm like, fuck this, dude.
You guys want to make a shot-for-shot remake of Wild Hogs?
Yes. I want to play
My
Tim Allen.
stepfather and my mother used to love that movie, and I watched it. I'm like, this is a terrible movie. Like, what is?
Yeah, I think I've only seen it in parts if I'm like at home from work and it's on like TBS in the afternoon. You know, it's like the matinee movie they play. It's like usually Wild Hogs or like any Eddie Murphy movie that wasn't the Clumps. Well, I think they've
Norbit.
Yeah,
Norbit, whatever it's called.
Norbit, yeah.
Pluto Nash.
Oh, fucking hey, no.
I want a Pluto Nash sequel.
Oh God, why?
You disgusted me. Don't you ever say that shit again.
That'd be great. You kidding me? I like your glass there, Thomas. A nice glass.
Yes, celebrating the championship that wasn't.
The championship we about to win.
Yeah, with the new Cavs. The new guys, yeah.
New Cavs. You know, I didn't realize they picked up, and I actually like it. It's not going to win or lose us a championship, but I just like the pickup with the young big guys we have. Robin Lopez. I love that we picked up Robin Lopez. Robin Lopez? It's like the Lopez brothers are like Jekyll and Hyde, right? Brooks, Dr. Jekyll, and then Robin's Mr. Hyde. Just fucking shit up. Doesn't score a lot of points, but he'll get dirty for you. You know, Brooks the more fancy, flashy one. But
you want that?
Robin's
Then go get Virgil punk
fights
ass
mascots.
back.
What?
Go get Virgil punk ass back.
No, he flops. Pluto Nash. I'd rather hear gunfire from my parents' bedroom.
Thank you.
No, of course. I was joking.
That's probably John's greatest comment.
I am not drinking alcohol in a kid's glass. It's the NBA championship that the Cavs didn't win in 2016.
They did too win. I saw it. I was watching it on television.
It was a figment of your imagination.
No, it was not. It was real. It was there. And then we had a parade with 1 million people.
The only person that's left from that squad is Kevin Love's old ass.
About to get another one too.
I have glasses that.
Of course, listen. If you know what, they don't make a good playoff run this year. They're going to blame Bickerstaff. So
no, I'll be fine if they don't make a playoff run.
Oh, well, hold on. I will not be fine if they don't make the playoffs. This team better make the playoffs. This team has too much talent not to make the playoffs.
LeBron is never better than Michael.
Listen,
and
we're not having that debate today. I don't mind.
Yes, I fucking hate LeBron James.
Thomas does. I don't.
I'm ambivalent. I hope he steps in front of a bus.
Ray doesn't care enough about basketball, but that's fine. I care enough, and I'm happy we had a championship and we wouldn't have had it without him. Thomas is this greedy. He's mad we didn't have 3 championships.
You're damn right. He's supposed to be the best damn player in the world. Why the fuck we ain't got no championships? We only got 1.
So Delonte West under the feeder selling bean pies. That might have been true. Wasn't he homeless for a while?
Yeah, he was.
But I heard that Mark Cuban hooked him up.
He was, unfortunately. Speaking of the NBA, though, all my video game players out there that love the old school NBA, I'm talking about the NBA that we grew up with, get
Jam.
NBA 2K. There's nothing more fun than building my Cavs with Mark Price and fucking flipping Michael Jordan on that team and being able to afford it.
I want to take Craig Elo, make his stats all 99, so he
That's
He's
what I was
already
about to
in,
say.
like,
30
Craig
and 20. What?
Like Craig Elo was one of the best damn point guards on there after Mark Price. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm having fun with this shit.
Thomas is making an all-white Cavs team to go run the table.
Don't say that, because I got Zadrunas Ilgauskas and
Forget that he's from Cleveland. He's a cunt and he's softer than your taint. Well, listen, he's good at basketball.
Man,
Those
he
other
was
things
so
may
good,
be
then
true
where's
too,
his
but he's good
ring?
at basketball.
If he was
He
so good,
chokes,
then where's his
though.
rings? Where's his dominance? Fuck
He
LeBron.
has- how many rings does he have? 4?
Yeah, how many Mike got?
6. But
There you
LeBron's
go.
not done.
He's done. You really think the Lakers are
He's
going
on
to
the
do
way
any
out,
damn
dude.
thing?
I think he's going to go somewhere and be like the 6th man of the year. Well, I told you what I want. I want him to pull Vince Carter and just keep playing until no one will have him on the team anymore. Like, I want him to be like the back of the bench guy as long as he possibly can. So he's playing until he's like 55.
That'd be hilarious.
He would never do that, right? But because he's always a star, he wouldn't play when he isn't a star anymore. But
Is it that tall dude or whatever? I can't remember the
Luka
tall
Doncic.
white kid from Dallas, I think.
Luka
There's-
Doncic. I love
what?
that
There's
kid.
a lot of. What are you talking about? There's a lot of tall white. What are you talking about? Right?
There's like one
more
guy
specific.
that's like a star. I think he plays for Dallas.
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic.
Yeah, I always see highlights of him. And
Luka
like,
Doncic
Yeah,
is a
Luka's
beast.
a beast.
yeah.
There's a lot of white beasts in the NBA.
Yeah,
Believe it or not,
the
they're in.
Joker in Denver.
Yeah, there's a handful.
Well,
now.
of course it would be.
Who's
in
that kid? There's
Denver.
that kid from Oklahoma City too.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting his fucking name.
Yeah, he's good.
he's good too.
Miami has a couple. Heron is that his name?
Yeah,
But there's a bunch.
Tyler Hero. Yeah,
Hero, that's right. Yeah, there's a bunch now.
Steve Nash is
But
the
we talked
best
about this
white
before.
player.
A lot of this, especially with the white Americans that are in the NBA. For a while, there's no white Americans that are good in the NBA. There's a couple there, but they're not stars, right? Now there's more, but it's all because kids are getting left behind in sports and AAU. And if you can't afford it, you get left behind in sports. So that's why. Anyway, we talked about this before. It's a whole thing, and we'll probably talk about it another time again. But there's a reason. I'm saying kids are getting left behind. The inner city kids who don't have money to be in these programs are getting left behind. So that's why you're seeing more white players in the NBA. I believe that's true. I don't know if that will have evidence, but
I was about to say,
they're
Alex
the greatest white
Jones.
players through the history of MMA. Put them together in their prime, and they would not make the playoffs. That's not true.
No, yeah. See, here's the thing, Larry Bird, White Rabbit equals Steve Nash. He did have speed back in the day. Larry wasn't.
Larry wasn't white. Larry was
He
clear.
was clear.
Listen, that line alone makes the first Space Jam better than the second one. I mean, a lot of things do, but that was my favorite
Yeah.
line in the first Space Jam. Larry isn't white. Larry's clear.
See, I always will forever enjoy the X-rays and laser beams line. Like, to me, it's a perfect just set you. It sets you up with like, I've got all kinds of tests, and how he delivers it is perfect. So good.
Who was it? Was it Muggsy? I forget, or one of those guys.
Yeah.
Larry Johnson is one of those guys.
Yeah. I just every time I heard it, it stuck in my head and made me laugh. I love
Laser
that fucking movie.
beams.
X-rays, laser beams. What?
Are there any other parts in your life that you found yourself unable to perform? That's a joke I didn't get when I was a kid. Clerks 3.
No.
No, not yet. But I've heard great things from everyone I
Yeah,
know who saw it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
good.
everyone's saying like this is good shit.
Good.
So you're probably gonna cry. So I'm actually really looking forward. I might go. Maybe I'll go this week or next week. I'm not gonna go to one of the shows. How much as I wanted to, I can't really afford that. I'll just go see it. Go 1 to 5 on basketball court. The best white players of all time. They would not be able to top the teams through the. I don't think that's true. 1 through 5. I don't. Well, Larry Bird.
Well, he's admitting he may be wrong here. So
I'm just trying to think. Well, who would be in the team right now? I don't know. Bob Cousy. He's small though. We need some of the bigger guys.
I don't know. Rodman
The
wore
truth
the
is, it
fuck
shouldn't
out
be
of
this hard
that
to
dress.
think of a team, right? Jerry West, Pete,
Pistol Pete, yeah.
Pistol Pete, what's his name? Marinovich.
Chat.
They'd be damn good though, man. They'd be damn good. In the prime, they'd be fucking good.
Okay. Yeah. I want to.
Are we talking white Americans or are we talking what's white people, period? I mean, we got Dirk in his prime too.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, don't get credit for that. Like, I don't understand. Like, you don't separate the white just because they're Croatian or something like that. They're still white. Still
That's
white.
true.
Player.
That's true. So we get him. We got Tony Kukoc. We got
What about Jerry West?
We got Divock. Divoc's like, we got the big what is his name? His son plays now. What is his fucking name? The Lithuanian guy.
Sabonis.
Yes, Sabonis.
Birdman, another good one.
Lewinsky, Luke. Well, you know what? Luke is on the list. Jason White Chocolate Williams. I like it. He's on the team. He's in the back of the bench with Steve Blake. Him and Steve Blake are like the backup point guards.
Asians are Asians.
Oh God.
No, they're Asians.
Oh boy.
Plus, there's only how many? Not a whole lot.
Jeremy Lin is the only one I can think of.
No, there's that kid from Gonzaga. What is his name?
Oh yeah.
Ying Nanjin Young. I can't remember how I pronounce his name.
This is getting real racist real quick, isn't it? Anyway,
Kevin
Love probably be on that top
go.
12 roster, probably. I don't know. I mean, then you're going way, way back, but you're like, you talk. So we're taking. Also, are we getting these guys in their prime? Then we give them a full 2022 training camp, or are we just like putting them on a team today? Because there's new ways to train nowadays,
Yeah, but
they didn't have back in the day, right? We get Bob Cousy out here. We give him like a year in 2022 to get his shit right. He has enough talent to be good. If you just put him up there now, be in the middle of nowhere. Listen, Jimmer was one of the most exciting college players I've ever saw play. That's true. Him and like Steph Curry was another one, but like they were just when I would tune in to Davidson or BYU just to watch those guys play. That didn't happen a lot. Just because he would fucking throw up 40.
Oh God!
Draft with Asians and Mexican.
I
don't know, man.
Most of one side would absolutely be baseball players. The rest would be basketball players, probably.
Just say if this is Asian and Mexican for baseball, man, we're good.
Yeah, we could. That would be a good
you guys
draft.
can have all of Asia and Mexico. I get the Dominican Republic.
You win the World Series every year.
Yeah, I was looking at the non-Americans on the Guardians roster right now, and you have a couple Canadians, Quantrell and Naylor, and then we have a bunch of guys from the Dominican Republic and one Venezuelan, which is Jimenez. But most of our guys are from the Dominican Republic that aren't. Actually, we have a lot of Americans on this team. Like most of our pitchers are American. Anyway, speaking of that.
Game ain't started yet. Started 8.
All right. Our buddy Allen went to the game Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardians game, not the Browns game, which I'm not ready to talk about yet.
Yeah, I can talk about it. Yeah.
I'm all about it. I think that should be our next subject, man.
Okay. All right. We can in a minute. But
because I watched that game.
But they lost. He went with his dad and his brother, and they lost. I'm like, dude, they lost one game in that series, so you're just not allowed to go to games anymore. I'm sorry. Like you're just. He's okay with that. But how do you get playoff tickets, Thomas? Do you know how? I know some of the ways.
So far, no, I don't actually. I'm not even going to.
I know. Well, one of the ways they do it is they try to sell, and that's smart. I do the same thing. They try to sell next year's season tickets out.
Yeah.
Right. So if you get season tickets for next year, you can get playoff tickets this year. I don't blame them for that. That said, the rest of them, I think there's a lottery, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
I think for local, it's a lottery, and then
I hope so.
People
I know that the Cavs did that. I hope it's a lottery. Listen, I've gone to more games this year than I've ever gone to before. I don't want people who didn't go all year and are bitching about the team name to get tickets before me. All right?
Why not?
Why? Because I want to go, Ray. That's why.
Just go.
The NBA finals are over.
Try to go. Yes, if I had enough money, I can go no matter what, right? But I don't. So I have to get Like if I can get them face value. I'll be able to afford face value, but I'm not going to be able to get secondary market for playoff tickets, especially when they're only going to be guaranteed one home game.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay.
No. If they win, they get a series. They got home field advantage.
No, I'm talking about in the playoffs. They make the play. They win the division and make the playoffs. They're only going to get one guaranteed home game if they don't win. If they win, they'll get more.
Yeah, if they win the division, they get a series.
No, if they win the division, they get a 3-game series, which
Yeah,
means
and
they
got
only
home
get
field advantage.
yeah, but the first game will be at home. The second one will be away. So if they lose both games, they're done with only
Can't
one
look
home
at it
game.
like that.
No, but I'm saying one that's guaranteed.
He's being Tim, man. He can't
said
be anything but
guaranteed.
negative.
Whatever. Women failed the WNBA. Yes, Burr's bit is brilliant on that.
It's
The
so
Aces
They
good.
won the Las Vegas Aces.
Yep. Aces won.
Oh, did they?
May or may not be a nominee for Hero of the Week this week. I don't know. We'll have to find out later.
I bet there was, 100 of people just lining main or what's the I think
don't know.
it's
I don't
Sammy
know how they
Davis
did. I
Jr.
really-
way
Listen,
for that
I hope we did
parade.
all right.
The-
Also,
the-
Raymond, we go to Vegas. Especially if we go in the first 3 months of next year. I don't want to go see Shania anymore.
Yes, you do.
Well, I mean, I do, but that's not my first choice anymore. Well, first choice is UFC, but I'm saying like another show.
uh-huh.
Bad Out of the Hell, the musical is playing in Vegas.
Really?
Yeah, it starts this month and goes to like March. wanna fucking
Ooh, that one you get your Jim Steinman fix.
You get
And-
you get every good Jim Steinman song. I even think they throw a clips of Heart in them thing. I'm not sure. They play ones that Meatloaf didn't do,
Interesting.
I think. But yeah, it's all of the good ones.
And yeah, you get that. You get like an animatronic bat probably at some point
I don't know.
popping out.
I don't know, but the clips I've seen are amazing. And all the singers are amazing because you have to be amazing to watch, to sing those songs, and they belt them, and it's gonna be amazing. I'm very happy that Jim Steinman got that done before he died. He got to see it. Like it's still kind of in its infancy, but to run it in Vegas for like 6 months. So
Yeah, I'd go to that.
I want to go to.
I would go to that, then the Spearmint Rhino to like at least have some fun afterwards. Because I just say I haven't jerked off to Shania Twain in quite a while. Good one to do that, believe it or not, is her first hit.
Na 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 na.
Yeah,
na,
it's got a
na,
good
na,
rhythm.
na.
Yeah, it's got a good rhythm to
it.
it. Let it You got to shimmy, shake, and make it earthquake.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, God.
But what's most important is going. I don't want to go to Vegas and not go see a UFC show.
That would be the whole point. I'm actually thinking about doing that. Probably in February. I'm thinking about shooting for that.
Well,
start to
hopefully
save
there's a
money
pay per
for
view
it.
because we won't be able to afford to go to the Apex.
Well, yeah, but wherever they go, I think I'm gonna go for whatever show I can really go to in like February pay per view wise. I don't care if it's fucking Florida. I just want to travel for a UFC show again. Just because.
Florida.
Do they
Never
have?
been.
I don't want to go.
Wait, Florida?
Yeah,
Fuck
never been to Florida.
Well, now it's all right, I think, but I don't
Where is
know, man.
Avengers Campus?
I don't trust the people who run that state. I don't trust future President DeSantis.
Yeah.
Hey Tim, what Disney camp is Avengers Campus in? Is that Cali or Florida?
No idea, sir.
Shit.
I think it's
But
Cali.
no, that's another thing, man. Like, I really want to go back to Disney. Like, I'm aware I'm a grown man, but the thing is, like, there's so much shit to do at Disney. They got
In
USC
December?
in December,
But they haven't
in Orlando.
announced January or February.
Yeah,
That'll
Ray
probably be,
doesn't
like,
have
November.
vacation until next year.
Yeah, I'm gonna take up my entire vacation before literally my like busy season starts in March. So
That does sound like a Ray Hotclack move, though. It would be like your whole vacation the first month of January. Like, just get it out of the way.
yeah. It's like, dude, I
I
gotta
need
go
it
make money.
now. I need it now. I need a mental health week.
Yes, I'm gonna go play slots and fucking go see a fuck. I lost it. Whatever.
I'm
I was gonna say
excited for the
Wayne Newton impersonator.
I'm excited for a podcast we do on the road. That'd be interesting.
That would be awesome. Get a corner, like a far corner room with like one person on the other side of the
We're
wall.
doing it in the lobby.
Yeah.
We're doing it
Yeah.
outside by the pool.
Yes. Just in like chinos.
No, I tell you what, though. I mean, like Vegas will be fine and cool and great.
Yeah.
No matter when we're going, but it's been a long time since I did a warm weather place in the winter. And that's always fun.
John,
being
you
in Ohio.
can't toss off your family like that, kid.
Hey. He's drinking his whiskey, he's having a cigar. He's allowed to
feel-
talk
listen,
with men.
I've seriously considered multiple times going to Disney by myself because there's so much shit to do. I wouldn't be bored.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, yeah, not just for adults too.
And
There's
next year,
All kinds
and
of crazy shit.
super nerd moment for me. I'm a big Tron fan, and they're bringing a roller coaster they had in China over to America, where you can ride a light cycle. You can like ride a light cycle from the movie Tron and shit. Like I want to do that.
Well,
so
I don't
bad.
want to ride it until it's been looked over by some dude with a beard and a beer guy named Earl. If Earl says it's all right, then it's fine.
Well, they
It's
built
from China. I'll just fucking Chinese shit. Let me fix it up here. Yeah. Gets the WD-40 out.
They just roll the cart a little bit and be like, it looks stable.
No.
It's good.
No.
I mean, you're supposed to put a screw there, but what do the engineers know? They don't know anything.
Oh, is that California or Florida, Ray? They're sending that to Tron.
Florida. They didn't up and move it. They just built like basically the same roller coaster in Florida. So I've been.
The way you explained it sounded like they.
Oh
were
no,
moving.
it's just an idea that they had in China that they moved to the United States.
Well, they're making another one. Okay.
Yeah, they've already built it and it's open 2023, I think.
I got to stop drinking because I almost said something utterly racist.
Utterly racist. You're getting this way, man.
Out of the way. Let's talk about the monumental collapse of the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. It was
okay. Yeah, let's do this.
No, Ray, you don't need in on this. You're fine.
Oh no, I do because I watched the whole fucking game thinking they were gonna beat the Jets because it's Joe Flacco. First of all,
he after it happened, Ray asked me, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm just laughing uncontrollably." Like if this was week 17, I wouldn't be okay, but it's week 2. So I'm fine, and it was so bad that it's funny.
It's silly.
And now I love that they're blaming Nick Chubb. And Nick Chubb's even like, yeah, I'm sorry I'm too good, guys. Sorry I'm too good. Scored a touchdown. My bad.
Why would
guys.
you blame a guy who
had
had what?
When I thought that, I'm like, man, if he just would have taken it out of the one, we could have ran the clock out. But I didn't expect that to happen. What happened?
Yeah. I mean, but here's the
he said Florida. Which the one in Florida?
Racism. It's funny as long as it's not personal.
It's personal to the race you're talking about.
Right.
But like I was hanging out with a friend of mine. We were watching the game because we had nothing to do. And
you gave up on all your friends.
No, I still have a couple. I have my comedy friends still. That's people I like.
You have comedy friends?
I mean, I consider them my friends. They don't know it, but I consider them friends.
They'd be like, whoa.
Damn.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, God. He thinks I'm a friend? No.
Acquaintance, right?
Yes. Okay, acquaintances. But we were watching the game, and I was kind of impressed by Cleveland's defense. I thought they were getting some they were giving up yardage.
Minutes.
Yeah, but like
58 minutes of good defense.
And then watching, I forget who it was who scored that. Was it Wilson? I think it was Wilson that scored that touchdown.
I think so.
You just see him basically walk into the fucking end zone, and the Browns just were like, how the fuck did that happen? Dude, pay the fuck attention, bro. Like the Steelers lost by 3 points. All right.
I'll
We
be
could
right
have
back.
came
Hold on.
back. We actually were coming back, and then all of a sudden we just blow it. Whatever. But
Thursday's the game I care about, right? That's the
yeah,
the
that's
game I
gonna
care
be
about.
that's gonna be a fun one. I am betting you right now.
I'm not betting anything. What's the spread?
Uh,
We're probably favored because we're at home.
yeah. Let's.
But if we're favored more than 7, it's ridiculous.
Thursday Night Football.
We need Thomas here. Where'd he go? Brown Steelers spread.
Oh yeah, spread.
I only got. It said I don't want Steelers spread. I want Brown Steelers spread.
I'm looking up on the lines.com.
Tell us what the spread is.
Cleveland is a -1 or 4.5 favorite apparently.
Oh, okay, that's less than a touchdown. That's not bad.
So, yeah, that's that. DraftKings has
That's really
them
tricky.
at a favorite by 4.5 points. Pretty
Also,
much
I decided I'm
everybody
going
across the
to
line, it looks
take
like.
away. I'm going to pull Reggie Bush Heisman move and take away a hero of the week. Cade York gets his revoked hero of the week. For what,
Dude?
I'm
He
kidding.
missed that
I'm kidding,
field
but I'm
goal.
like, cut him.
Everybody was like, I saw a couple
What-
of people put up
Last
their
week you won the
Cade
game.
York
Fuck it.
jerseys
That was
for
last
sale.
week. That was last week.
No, I excused myself to go get a drink because I have an opinion about this
Okay.
Brown situation.
Oh
Let
boy.
me take a sip real fast.
I'm
and
most
then
worried
we'll
about
go.
they're playing the blame game in the locker room. You all fucked up. Every single one of
Nah,
you. Moving
nah.
on.
That's what I'm about to hit on.
Okay.
Supposedly, Baker was the problem. Baker. His attitude. Oh, Baker.
I think I have a dental dam on my forehead.
But this defense has been doing the same shit for 3 years. They have been floundering, and then they pick it up, and then they flounder again.
Well, they were top 5 defense last year, Thomas.
Yeah, but they also floundered in the beginning and then had to force themselves to get it back together. So there is more
you
than
gotta get
a
it back- as
Baker
long as you get it
issue.
together.
There's more than a Baker issue in that locker room because everybody came out and blamed everybody. This person came out, blamed that person. This person blamed that person. This person came out, blamed that person.
Well, I think it's in that situation, your quarterback's supposed to be the one not to throw fuel on the fire, right? And I think Baker was probably doing that in that situation. But he's supposed to be the one to fix it, right? You're supposed to be the leader who fixes that shit, not the guy who's like, you know what? It was his fault. Blur. And that's kind of what Baker was doing.
No. Because it was.
Listen, I've come to terms with the fact that there's a lot of shit going on in that situation we had know nothing about.
No,
So
because
it had to
there
be.
was one player, and I got this information from a reliable source.
Reliable
was one
source.
player-
Equipment manager, he knows.
There's one player that was mad that John Johnson got the paycheck that he got. So he went in last year and half-assed it on purpose because he wanted a paycheck.
That's not how you get a paycheck.
Well, that's
Look
how
at
he
Kareem
thought
Hunt.
he was gonna
Kareem
do
Hunt's
it.
pissed, but he's been playing well.
That's how he thought he was going to do it. So my point is this. When you add a
Has he not
$14
watched
million
Little Big League? There's a whole
When you-
fucking scene in Little Big League. I'm sorry, but I'm just
when you add a $14 million defensive end, Davian Clowney,
yeah.
and you add all these elements in that are here specifically for paychecks, Clowney can say he enjoyed playing here as much as you want. He doesn't.
He's playing well enough.
Fuck him.
He's playing well.
You draft to your strengths.
We don't have any draft picks.
If the Browns wouldn't have did that shit and got that rapist, we could have had Garrett
Well, they
Wilson.
did.
And
Alleged rapist.
yes, they alleged my ass.
Also,
Fuck
it
the
wasn't
Browns.
alleged. It wasn't rape.
Fuck that front office there.
But it was
bunch
not
of
good.
jackasses.
It's
So
not good.
I am hoping that they beat Pittsburgh, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm scared shitless.
It's early,
that
man. There's
Mitch
a lot of
Trubisky.
games. A lot of games.
This
Trubisky's
will
not
be
playing.
the game. This will be the game.
Didn't they name
said-
Kenny Pickett starter? for
No,
Thursday?
Trubisky is playing.
Oh, he is? I thought they said Pickett. Okay.
But this will be the game that Trubisky comes out and says, hey, my inner Joe Montana's there because I'm back at home in Cleveland.
Maybe.
And
Yeah.
Joe the fuck out.
Probably.
Look at what
Yeah.
Garrett Wilson did. Garrett Wilson came back to Ohio. He was like, oh, I'm in
Look
Ohio.
what Brian Hoyer did when we had him, dude. Brian Hoyer was good for a minute.
So there you go. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So we better just hope.
Listen,
I want to
listen,
be. I
if
kind
I'm
of want
always
to be at that
pessimistic, I
game.
go insane. So I'm fine.
Yes, that it is.
White rabbit knowledge. Fuck Clowney. Oh, you know, of course. Yeah, okay. Listen, he says fuck Clowney because he was in Houston.
He had him, so he knows what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Fuck that.
He's been playing fine.
Yeah, whatever.
He's been fine.
God, you just give
guy
away
behind
all
him-
your morals.
Anyway,
For
there's a
Super
scene
Bowls?
in the
How
movie.
dare you?
There's a scene in the movie Little Big League where there's a guy for the Twins he's a pitcher who starts tanking it because he's pissed about a situation, and he's a free agent the next year. And the kid manager's like, yeah, good idea, because you're a free agent next year, and every team's going to want an over the hill pitcher with a 6+ ERA, right? Like, that's not how you make money. You make money by playing well, fam.
But that's how the Browns do it. They sign these fuckers that don't do shit.
I like John Johnson.
I don't. He's overrated and he's blimp. Why would the Rams give him up? Has anybody thought about that?
Who? Durant? I don't know.
Why would the Rams not sign him back?
He's older.
He wasn't old. The kid's only 27.
That's football old.
Whatever.
Well, I
Like
mean,
I said,
was he owed a new contract?
yeah, he was a free agent, but if he was
that's
good,
why.
so why did the Rams keep him?
That's why, because we could either spend a bunch of money to keep him or get someone who's maybe slightly worse, but for a lot cheaper. So, maybe we'll get lucky and he's better, or draft pick, whatever.
I hope we beat the Steelers, but I'm afraid of Mr. Trubisky.
Yay. I want to go to that game in my Letterman's jacket from Menor. Just have a Steelers shirt underneath.
You know how many? I think half the city of Menor is going to be at that game.
Booing the shit out of him. They will be fucking hating
That
him.
is not okay. Speaking of that, speaking of home fans hating the people, hating what was I going to say, their hometown people. Cody Garbrandt's fight is off for next week.
Oh.
Wow.
Not on him, it's on his opponent. But as far as I know, they haven't found him anyone yet. He was supposed to be the co-main event in that fight with the Yan fight.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have an opponent, so I hope they find him one. I'd like to see him fight. Anyway.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we want to see Cody back in there. Me and Tim saw him at UFC Columbus.
Dude, I think you missed it, but it was so funny when they showed the highlight.
Oh, you pointed it out to me, yeah.
Of him getting knocked out by Kai Kara France, and his hands just go up in the air like, really? I really wish I had that on video. It was pretty funny. And the reaction and the interaction between Stipe and Cody would have been cool to have on video too.
Yes. Yeah. When he came out, Stipe did. It was such a wonderful ovation for him. Everybody, like the whole place started chanting Stipe. People love him in Ohio and want to see him in fucking octagon soon, man. I'm tired of this. Dana needs to stop fucking around and get our boy a fight, or sign John Jones for whatever fucking money, and let's get this Stipe John Jones fight happening. Because I'm tired of waiting on Stipe. I really am. Like,
I think Stipe wanted to fight a long time ago.
I know.
Whatever, man. We'll talk more about fights when Jake gets here. Is he still coming? Have you heard from him?
Yeah, he should be. I haven't checked my messages.
Well, we're all good. It's fine.
What about the video I shared with the arm boxing?
Oh,
it's funny. My brother told me about that the other day, and I didn't know what he was talking about. Then I saw the video. I'm like, oh, this is what he was talking about. I thought he was talking about the arm wrestling, because they do that. It's kind of like the arm wrestling, but they don't do the arm wrestling part.
I
They
like
tie
more.
two guys non-dominant hands together, and there's a table in between them, and they just fucking throw haymakers at each other. It's dumb. Same thing with that video of the phone booth boxing. And in theory, that sounded cool. When I saw it, I'm like, this is just dumb. Plus, I'm really surprised that no one got butted in the head. I feel like 90% of the time fights will get finished by headbutt by accident.
Oh, they were able to move back and forth in that phone booth, like really good. I was kind of amazed.
I would like it if it was about 3 times bigger.
I like it now.
I mean, they're not looking to do a costume change like Superman. Like, fucking
All right,
fight.
Ray, I'll fight you in a phone booth with sock and boppers.
Oh God! You see, here's the thing, though. My arms would be trapped under your gut, sir.
Damn.
See,
Y'all
that's what I
too.
was thinking.
Like, You would be the
Use
Roy
my gut
Nelson.
to like block you off for range.
I was about to say you're like Roy Nelson with Kimbo Slice, just punching at your own stomach to fucking get the fight stopped. Like,
Yeah. No, like if you a little kid's running at you, just put your hand on their forehead. That's be like me just putting my gut on Ray's gut, and he'll be like, "Can't reach, can't reach,
too far. Why? It's not working."
I like the phone booth fighting.
I'm pro Russia because of it. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
listen,
I'm for the
would love
Putin
a show.
government.
Listen, I was pro. Listen, I wanted to do that thing I was talking about, Wheel of Combat, where one of the things you can spin on is fighting in a phone booth.
Yeah, it'd still be fun.
Yeah, but so I'm not completely against it. I just, like, my point is, it just wasn't as entertaining as I thought it would be in theory.
Explain that titty. Why?
No, I don't know. It just isn't. It just wasn't. I don't know. I just thought like, oh man, just going at it. I'm like, because it didn't look. There was no technique at all. It was just throwing as hard as it possibly can until someone was done, and it wasn't really that entertaining.
What?
No.
Thomas.
I would like that if what they did is they took two drunk guys at a bar and like went out back and there's a phone booth, you lock them in and have the two drunk guys fight. I'd like that. But two fighters fighting and who can actually fight, that's not the way I want to see them fight. I want to see them fight an actual fight instead of, so.
How am I missing?
Knock the phone off.
Yes, I want to see a fight in a public restroom. That'd be fun.
Oh, those are. Have I ever told you about the fight I had in like? I think I was just getting into 6th grade. Two kids tried to pants me in a
damn
bathroom.
Kid wouldn't submit, huh, Ray?
Yeah, I tried to lay on top of him, and it just he just kept wriggling, and I'm like, I'm not a good wrestler. So, but two kids tried to pants me in a bathroom when I was in like 6th grade. I ended up like elbowing the fuck out of one kid's neck just because I'm like, he's
That's
just
what we did
holding
for
on
fun
to me.
for before smartphones, kids.
Yeah, there would have been there. I think there would have been
homoerotic hazing.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, that was a weird day. That was a very weird day.
So Saturday I go to my brother's and I go inside to put my stuff in the house, my drink stuff. And my niece is like, Uncle Tim, come out here. I'm like, okay. So I come out there and my sister-in-law is filming. They just did this as a joke. She's like, my niece goes, Uncle Tim, I think I'm a lesbian. She's 9. And I'm like, okay, cool. And she's like, my sister-in-law is laughing or whatever. She's like, I just want to see what you did. And she took the video. She's just kidding. But then she sent it to, I think she sent it to her brother. And he sends back, wait, what? What are you going to do? I'm like, what are you going to do? I'm like, what are you? You send her away to conversion camp? Like,
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
To the nunnery you go, whore.
You find Pastor Tom right now. Get her ass to that goddamn camp.
I knew this tomboy shit wasn't a phase.
I feel like if that was the thing, she'd be probably living with Grandma and Uncle Tim, probably.
Nah,
I hope that's not true. I'm just joking.
Nah,
they'll get over it.
Your brother doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. So,
well,
it's his own flesh and blood. I think he'd be okay with it. He would
get over it, man. I think the initial reaction, he wouldn't be super happy about it. But I was trying to tell him, like, all teenagers are bi now.
Not
all of them, but a lot more.
I think it's to be more trendy than anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because it's cool now, right? So I'm like, just wait for. It's probably going to be a thing for a minute or two.
No, I had to cuss out my baby cousin because I caught him on Instagram putting on lipstick, talking about it's part of a challenge. I was like, "What challenge, motherfucker? You don't tell me what the hell's going on?"
Yeah, I want to wear lipstick today, Uncle Thomas.
# rainbow party.
Then he said, "I put on eyeliner." Then he said, "I put on eyeliner too." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Oh God. I'm in an emo band. I'm in an
AFI tribute band. We're called Miss Murder.
Lay me down before I sleep. My first arrest was in the 10th grade at school in the bathroom.
He wouldn't submit, huh, John? He wouldn't submit. You told him what was going to happen. He still fought.
20% of the
Would
boys,
you go to an equestrian high school? What the fuck?
90% of the girls. You know what, John? You know what, y'all? It's weird because, like I said, in raising these two, helping to raise these two,
20% of the boys, 90% of the girls, what are bi? Yeah, I think that's
Probably.
true. Yeah,
probably,
it's probably about
in
right.
this generation, it's just
Yeah, a little bit less, but it's
like
definitely
my
more
niece-
girls than boys.
like my niece is gay, and
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with it because I know she looked
matter.
into it and didn't just hop on it for a trend.
Mm-hmm. Even if they do, fucking try shit. Whatever.
Yeah, you try shit, but then you got to understand. It's almost like
Go ahead, try drugs, try pussy, whatever. Just give it a go.
don't try drugs. That's an expensive habit that you don't want to go down. Don't try that. Try the pussy, but don't try the drugs.
That's true. Depends what we're talking. Yeah, just no heroin, no pills.
See, that's what happens. You try the small drugs, then the next thing you know, you own the damn cocaine in a bowl like this and shit. Oh, fucked up.
Right. Well, so like the joke about gateway drugs, like weed isn't a gateway. Weed is a gateway drug to like Cheetos, right? And like it's alcohol. That's the like, when I'm drunk, I'm like, let's do all the drug. That's
But no, it's like I want you to understand what you are.
Everyone gay.
I want you to understand what you're claiming to be. Like that's the thing, and I know she does. Like she understands the struggles that gay people went through to fight for their right for being gay. That's
is there a way to like go to your parents and be like, hey, this is let you know I'm trying new shit out. Like not putting a label on it. I'm just
I know people that have.
What?
I know people that have like, hey, mom.
Are you gay? Well, like, no labels right now, but I'm just fucking, my toe in different pools.
I'm in a trial period.
Yeah, right. I got 30-day subscription.
I want to see how this fits. Does it fit like a glove? Maybe.
So I'll get lost in there. Let's see.
I'm not hamster just yet.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
what time is it? All right, I'm gonna go get another drink.
All right, and if Jake comes while you're away, because it does take you a minute to go up the stairs.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get myself a lift.
You should.
Like my grandmother has at her house.
Tim's lift cam.
Yeah.
Use that. We buy like an iPad and just set it up on a tripod.
It's a sad close up of my face when I'm going up the stairs.
Don't do that, because then I think of Gremlins.
Once you try, you are that. That's not true. Well, for guys, it's true, but it shouldn't be true.
Damn.
You did what with the penis once? Gay. I didn't like it. Gay. Gay. I'm married to a woman. Gay.
I have HIV. Gay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Good times. We're waiting for Jake Digman, MMA and boxing ring announcer here in the Midwest region. He's all over Ohio. I met him in Indianapolis, Indiana. We hung out for about 4 days, did an MMA show. It was fucking baller. I sucked as a cameraman, but I was okay as a cameraman. I got one good shot, and it made me happy. It was through the cage. It was a perfect look, resting on the thing shot. It was great. Jake's one of the best ring announcers I've ever seen, so I'm excited to talk to him about that. And it's gonna be a good time. Waiting for Tim to get back. Oh my god,
I'm up here getting plastered.
That's how it should be. Tuesdays are for drinking.
No, not when I gotta go to work tomorrow and answer questions to my boss.
Oh no. Are you indoctrinated enough? No.
No.
Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen?
Hell no. Oh, we got into an argument about that today. We got into an
boy.
argument about January 6th.
Oh, God.
It was hilarious. He says, you really don't like that man. I said, hell no. Because I said, I hope he dies. And when he goes to hell, they got a hot poker to stick straight up his ass.
I can feel it in my guts. Pull Pulse's thing up one more time. There's a multitude of reasons that I've heard. But he's more of a jiu-jitsu guy. He teaches. There are accusations, but honestly, I don't see how you could not in jiu-jitsu. But yeah, honestly, like I've had trainers say things that I cannot say on this show that's awesome and sweet, but I know why Gordon Ryan doesn't go into MMA. Won't say it on this show. You can just think of. I'm going to let you think. Not true. I used to let guys watch me JO for money. Never mind. That was a Boogie Nights. Okay.
I will neither confirm or deny, John, because I don't want to start controversy.
Yeah, no, we don't really get into politics on this show sometimes, but it's Dirk Diggler. That's yeah. That was Tim's nickname before he got into comedy when he was stripping.
No, it was Dig Disco.
I like it. Disco Dig.
No, it's Dig Disco because Pete calls me Dig Danko.
Yes.
And disco is just always a thing that was a fun word. So disco's badass, and I think disco should have never died. You know what disco died? Homophobia. Moving on.
Wow.
God, your presentism is showing. Why is your
so
presentism
true
showing?
though?
Wow.
It's true. And racism.
Oh,
racism
Jesus.
and homophobia.
John, no, bad John, bad.
Yeah,
John.
that's away with that comment. Away.
Listen, I'm still registered as a Republican. I'm gonna have to vote for DeSantis in the primary. Why would someone use steroids in jiu-jitsu? Well, here's the thing: you shouldn't, right? But
recovery.
If you're both really, really good, the stronger one has the advantage. If you're both the same amount of good. Right. So
yeah. It's, believe it or not, it's one of the only sports in the world where I kind of want a clean division versus, and then have a what do they call it in bodybuilding? I forget what they call it. A natural, and I think one's called the natural division, and then the other one's just basically bodybuilding at that point. But I want that in jiu-jitsu. I think that'd be kind of fun. And then you have just a super fight between both the natural guy and the steroid guy. I think
right. And if the natural guy wins, it's like the upset of the year. It's like
exactly.
It's like Rocky IV, except they were both on steroids. But still, Rocky IV,
Rocky was not on steroids. That motherfucker went in the woods and started lifting wood and shit.
And Drago was on the roids.
Sorry. Stallone was on roids when he did the movie. Look at it.
You have no proof of that. We couldn't piss test him back then.
He's got a point.
He was. Look at him, dude. He was. But the character wasn't. That's an important thing.
You leave my Sylvester Stallone alone.
Stallone alone. Hey, you guys pumped for this new Tulsa King show?
I saw this.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The new show he's going to be on Netflix, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Both of them, my favorite actors are all getting shows on stuff that I can't watch because I don't have those subscriptions. Like Apple Plus, Charlie Hunnam's getting another show. Charlie Hunnam from Sons of Anarchy is getting another show. And then Stallone's show on Netflix. Like my brother said, he's cutting the Netflix off in a month. So I'm not going to be able to see it.
Oh, wait. Isn't the Thursday Night Football game only on Prime?
No, it's going to be on WEWS. It's going to be on Channel 5.
Oh, it is? Okay. I thought it was going to be on Prime and Paramount.
I was worried about that because I
have those both, but yeah.
With my program, I didn't get the game last week. And I thought you got every game if you got Sunday Ticket because Sunday Ticket comes in the program. And
they blast shit out.
Yeah.
That's the problem when you live in market and you don't have cable. You have to. It's hard because They block
Yeah.
so the ticket, whatever, and the MLB whatever pass. They block out all the market games. So
Yeah.
now, if you live out of market, it's no problem at all. But if you live in
No,
market,
what I have, they don't block them out. It's just they're not doing any deals with Direct TV as far as the Amazon Prime games. Unless you're a bar. If you're a bar, they let you have it. But if you're not a bar, then you can't have it. Yeah.
Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking?
open a bar.
Bro Pub.
Here's the thing about that. None of us know how to run a bar correctly. Like,
yeah, but we'd hire people to do that.
I know
you
how
know,
to
all
run
right.
Podcast there weekly.
All right.
Have our own studio built into
I
the
feel
bar.
like a lot of people, when they say they want a bar, in reality, they just want to be a regular at a bar and be able to do whatever they want. I think that's what they really want.
I would love to actually have like a working kitchen, make food money off food and shit too. I think I could run a decent
in
bar.
theory, it sounds really cool, man. Especially, like I'd want to have a stage. I want to have music or comedy or whatever else every day of the week, if possible. I'd like to have a nice like rock bar like Buzzbin used to be. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I think mine would
Shows
just
every
be
week, every day of the week.
Straight
thing
up
is-
dive.
Thing is, they had most of their shows. They only paid like part of the tab or whatever their sales. So that's why they could have shows on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays, because they only paid a percentage of what they made. They didn't guarantee money. But there's so many bands that needed days in between. They needed dates. I mean, if they're on tour and they needed like weird Wednesday shows, that they would take those days. So it worked out. But anyway, that'd be fun. Have a show at a place like that. But
Yeah.
actually, hey, the old Buzzbin building's up for sale. If we had about $1 million.
Yeah. But which, by the way, you can donate into our
for the
tip
Plata
jar.
Pub.
We need the Bro Plata or the Bro Pub to happen.
We're gonna have fights in there too. We're gonna have
Yes. The
Probably
cage
50 pages. I don't
built
know.
into
Probably
the
not.
actual structure.
Yes.
I ain't doing no housekeeping. So if the blood get on the floor, I ain't mopping shit.
When we hire
will.
somebody for that, Thomas.
Yeah. It would definitely be a hazmat team and it's all Hamza Chimaev fans too. We need them in hazmats cleaning the blood.
Like Samuel L. Jackson and Cleaner.
Yes.
Or Sunshine Cleaning.
And then like you have a Dexter just putting string off of a blood droplet.
Dexter, what are you doing? Nothing. Listen, we tell him he can do whatever he wants in there as long as it's clean afterwards. So
there's weird
but
shit
yeah,
going
dude,
on.
listen,
in my
if I had the
home
money,
right
that would be awesome to have a place like that. But it's probably more of a pain in the ass than anything. And financially, you're probably always like on the fringe, right? You might be doing okay, but doing okay isn't you're rich. It's
restaurants
you keep
fail
going.
within the first 3 years.
Oh, restaurants, yeah.
Restaurants and bars. Usually it's restaurants and bars. Like
yeah, and
within
bars.
the
But I'm
first,
not
like,
talking with
3
food.
years
so
of
much
being
overhead.
open.
Yeah, that's right. So, but it'd be cool to have a fucking concert venue like that.
Oh hell yeah,
Cool.
that'd be great.
Buzzman's a cool spot. I hope someone cool buys it.
It won't. It'll turn into like some kind of church.
Mega church. I've been watching Rice's Gemstones. Like I never watched it before. I just started watching it, and
I need to get caught up.
it's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Of course, it's great. The characters are great.
Amazing.
It's a very character-driven show. Well, like all of Danny McBride's shows, and they're
John
great.
Goodman.
John
Goodman's such a douche in this show.
I haven't quite figured out how we're supposed to feel about all the characters. I think it's kind of the point too. Like you like love hate all of the Gemstone characters.
Yeah.
Right. I'm only like 6 episodes in, so I don't know a whole lot. But
since you saved me from the Lord or from my wicked ways, I'm always in your debt.
One thing I do think, probably some people have some problems with this show, like religious people, but they never make fun of the religious part. They just make fun of like them as people.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't like all of those characters do believe in God, but they're just not great people.
No, which is a normal human being.
And John Goodman's character is kind of iffy. Like I feel like at one point he was a good person, then his wife died, and he's kind of shady, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's usually what happens.
Jennifer Nettles as his wife is great.
Yes. I like the have you gotten into any of like when he watches like an old video of him and his wife from like the 80s?
Yeah, I think I've got. Yeah, that was like episode 5. I think it's where.
Yeah, it was hilarious how they like just transformed it into that like era and made it
Mhm.
look
Looks
a
great.
lot
Yeah.
like those.
Mhm.
Who is it? The Bakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Baker family that the dude was banging the what do you call it?
But how do
Secretary.
you explain being rich when that's your job as a
It was
superstar?
outside.
Like, how do you
On top.
like the Olsteins and whatnot? Like, how do you like?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't say you shouldn't be paying yourself a salary, but a huge one,
Yeah,
crazy salary. That
I
doesn't make sense, does it?
and then they claim it's all on book sales and shit
And-
like
and
that.
then
It's
they-
like no,
Right, and then they don't tip their servers. There's
Yeah.
a super church in the town I lived in Texas, and I went there once because I was curious, and I didn't go. It was all right, but it was like there's so many people there. It was huge, and that pastor who was also on TV, I forget his name, but he came into the restaurant I worked at, and they never tipped. It was like they tipped him prayer cards. I'm not joking. They bring like a little index card with a prayer on it. That was their tip.
Ew.
Yeah, no, that's not cool.
Jake Digman will be closer to 9 p.m.
That's
I
fine.
just
We'll
got
be
a
here.
text from him, so
All good. We'll be here.
I do though want to talk about the last 2 fights on this card.
Those are the only ones I watched.
Me
So-
too. I watched highlights of
Best
some of them.
MMA show on the internet. Listen, Ray,
Um,
you got to know by now. If I admit that, you can't, and if you admit it first, I can't admit it.
But
You
I'm
know,
autistic, Tim.
No, you're not.
I'm autistic when I'm
Neither
high.
of us are. And if we are, like, we have like a little bit of a one toe over the line, like that much.
Yeah,
That very most.
yeah. Like
Like, you know
I
what?
can,
I'm surprised I wasn't diagnosed when I was a kid because I just like that wouldn't make sense. But now, like, I don't know.
it happens.
I
but-
saw today on my memories on Facebook, I wrote this whole big spiel about my OCD and Tourette's. I'm like, wow, that was 2015. But today was emo Tim. He had a lot to say today, but I didn't delete it because it was. I mean, it's all true still. I'm like, I wonder what was going on. That made me write all that. Like everything I wrote was true. I was also making fun of myself for like I wasn't really bitching. No, I don't know. It's not that bad, but
I
it was
look back.
One of the longest posts I probably ever did.
I look back. I've deleted some posts just because
Well, I delete
it
one
sounds
like at least once a week. I delete one.
where it just sounds so whiny
Nah,
and
yeah.
bitchy. And I'm in my like early 20s, probably mid. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in my mid 20s, like 24 when I got that Facebook because I've deleted one.
Wait, what's
prior to that.
SPM?
I don't know who SPM is. You know who SPM is, Thomas?
No.
Okay.
I thought that said sperm.
I thought too, and I will say R. Kelly never wins that because he always
He's a pisser.
So what's
Yeah.
the contest? Is it a pissing contest? What is it?
I think a
literal
fight.
pissing contest?
I don't know. I'm gonna say SPM just because I don't want R. Kelly to win anything.
Oh, hey, what does verses mean?
Oh what? Oh, it's where they like rappers go back and forth on like songs or lyrics. I think.
You think?
And
I'm not sure. Is
fans
it you're
vote.
putting their songs up against each other, or are we talking like a rap battle?
It's like a rap battle or R&B battle. Like they perform against each other and see who
Their
does
songs?
better. Different songs. Sometimes they freestyle.
So is it a singing I don't understand. What is it, a singing competition then? What is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Who has
It's
the
a
better
competition.
voice? Who has the better tracks? What
It's
is
a
it?
competition to
The
see
better performances?
Yeah, to see.
Like,
who's
what if
better.
Ray and I did a versus? Actually, we recently just did a versus. Never mind. Like, what if we did a R&B versus?
First of all, I couldn't see Ray doing an R&B song.
No,
Second
I
of
love
all-
R&B, but I
me.
know.
If that was to happen, I would have to pick the songs. And the
Like
song
a
I'm going to
dream
pick for
come
Ray.
true. Two, just wanna be with you. Three.
That's
Sorry.
not R&B. That's actually like jazz. Fuck that.
That's an R&B song.
It is not.
Brian McKnight.
I know Brian McKnight. Brian McKnight went to one of our churches back in the day. He used to come. He used to be. Well, he still is 7 Day Adventist.
Real
So he used to go
plain
to
to
Glenville.
see.
Oh, okay.
First of all, the song I'd pick for Ray would be "I Want to Sex You Up" by Color Me Bad.
Yes.
Make you fall in love with me whenever. What?
Tim, I'll make you sing Luther. I'll make
I
you
don't know
sing
that.
Luther song.
Luther Vandross. Why are you giving the fucking white boy the song?
Oh, dude, no.
Is my
Can I do
question.
Bobby Caldwell? I know he's not black, but that's okay.
What'd you want to do?
Bobby Caldwell.
Bobby Caldwell? Bobby
Yeah.
Caldwell. I thought he was black. No, I mean,
What? You don't know Bobby Caldwell's white?
I didn't know. I don't
Look
know.
at the Bobby Caldwell "What I Would Do for Love" video, please.
Yes, I
This
want to
has be
see
done
this.
now.
While we're waiting for Jake, thank you guys for sticking with us. We're gonna have from the movie Warrior, Jake
That
Digman.
movie was like 11 years ago.
It was, yeah, because it was. I think when I met Jake, it was like 2 years after they were getting everything together.
Why
And
am I gonna
actually,
remember this? Oh, I remember this song. I know this dude.
oh god, sounds disgusting. I
know
want to
this
see what he looks like.
dude. No,
I don't know who
it's
this
not
Bobby Caldwell guy is.
You don't?
No, it doesn't
You
sound.
know the
familiar.
song probably.
Yeah,
If I
everybody
saw
knows
him,
the
maybe.
song. He was
No, but it
around-
sounds like a 220-pound black man singing this song with his shirt off,
He-
but it's
he
not. He's
was
like a
around-
So
120
did
Rick
Rick
pound white guy.
Astley.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
He was
God.
around with the whole Michael McDonald.
Oh, where's the video?
Oh, you want the video? Never mind.
Yeah, what are you
have to see him.
doing?
You have to see him. There
What
it
are
is.
you?
Right
Oh,
there.
yeah,
it
I
is.
know that. Yeah, I
think
know
We
this.
should explore.
I
Yeah,
think we should
yeah.
explore. Skip the
Ray,
damn ad.
Grammarly. That's what you need.
I have Grammarly on my laptop.
Okay. What you need on your phone.
I just never use it on
Ooh,
my.
this
I
is
don't
a
have it.
bad version of the song, though. My God.
Yeah. So, oh God, he looks like. What was the guy's name from Batman '89? That was Jack Nicholson's like right hand man.
That dude definitely hung around some Negroes.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
listen to that shit, man. That guy, baby making voice.
Look at the knot on that fucking tie.
It's a big night. So I tie a tie.
This guy looks like he's in a cover band of himself.
This is Jamiroquai
Looks like
before
he's-
Jamiroquai.
Yeah.
Cover, man.
Oh, he looks like he exclusively rolls his own cigarettes.
Sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with rolling your own cigarettes. I've been in prison, had to do it.
Well, that's different. He'd be passed around in prison. Oh my God. He looks like a failed music teacher that finally got a hit. Like he was teaching sixth grade
You're right,
the
he does-
bassoon.
He doesn't look at like the middle school band teacher.
Yes. It's like if Warren Zevon's kid got
Like, you know,
R&B.
Mr. Caldwell put out an album. Like, what the fuck? You serious? Yeah, dude. Listen, it's gonna sound nuts, but it fucking slaps.
It's pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie.
It slaps.
You should see the video, man.
Mr.
He's just
Caldwell
hitting his
can get it.
bass. They're like they all pull him out of the music room on their shoulders. Jesus Christ.
Now it's time
Anyway,
to show
there
you
you go.
guys.
That's Bobby Caldwell.
Oh,
It's time to show you guys a real white boy that does soul.
I want to get the hashtag
Is
and
it the
start.
Northern Boys?
No.
I want everybody in the chat to get a hashtag going wherever you are. Hashtag Tim So White. I don't care if it's a wedding photo. I don't like
What?
Tim. You're so white. You looked how you were just doing the drunk uncle dance. Like you were just.
Ray, you went on a dance contest? I'd beat your ass.
I mean, yeah, I know, because I don't have good hands.
Is that Adam Levine?
Tim, this is white soul right here.
Lewis Cole. He's already
Adam
got
Levine. I'm not saying he's not talented.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic.
Just listen to the chorus, and that's as far as I'm taking this.
You see a dream through the boulders, but then you blew your loaded soul. Then love was just a loan.
All right, fuck off. That's
Nah.
actually really good. I'm okay with it. I'm not
It doesn't
totally
suck.
for it because I mean
I
he
said
looks
he's talented. It's not my,
he looks like he fills in Panic of the Disco.
No, he does not.
backup when Brandon can't make it.
Yeah, when Brandon's making metal
Brandon's
songs.
understudy.
Yeah.
He's doing a Taylor Swift video tonight. He can't make it. Playing the part of Brandon Urie.
Lewis Cole. I want to see Lewis Cole. Lewis Cole and Thundercat. I
Look,
want to see them together.
listen. I feel like there's a lot of guys, white guys with those soulful voices that are, but like Chris Stapleton is the man. That guy.
I have no fucking clue who that is.
You don't know who Chris Stapleton is?
Yeah.
I've heard I've heard of him as like he's a country singer, right?
I mean, technically.
I mean,
Thomas, you know who he is?
I don't listen
Yeah.
to fucking country except in 90s country.
Okay,
It's my only shit I listen to.
Stapleton, most new country, I'd be like, yeah, stay away from it. But fucking Stapleton, he has a song called "Cold." Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Okay.
It's so, and it's.
Who
I
is
mean, his
Professor
cover of Tennessee
Ketchum?
Whiskey's real good, but like, that "Cold" song is, man, that guy fucking sings. That fucking guy goes to church in that song. He was so good. His runs and shit. He is so good, and he looks like me, like us. He's overweight. He has a gross beard and long hair. He's the man. Anyway.
I don't have long hair.
I
You
mean,
know another guy-
I meant me and Ray. I'm sorry.
You know,
I
another-
don't like long hair.
Oh, speaking of, hey, you know what? LeBron James finally said, "You know what? I give up on my hairline today." He got a shave. He went full bald today.
who gives a fuck? Fuck him.
Yeah. Should have happened years
He
ago
went
when he
full
wasn't
Karl
tying
Malone.
it into his scalp.
Went full common.
You know who else is a soulful white guy? Nathaniel
of them.
Radcliffe.
Yeah.
Nathaniel
Radcliffe?
Radcliffe is a bad motherfucker.
And the night sweats. Fuck
Yeah.
Daniel Radcliffe,
Nathaniel
Radcliffe.
dude, I'm so
That's a
excited for this
bad
Weird Al
mother-
movie.
Bad.
By the way, speaking of Weird Al, I need this is a bit of a kind of a humble brag that we know these guys. But Don Jameson and Jim Florentine have a new prank call album out. I believe it's the Messing with Telemarketers series they've been doing. And it hit #1 in North America, by the way. It beat out Weird Al Yankovic, apparently. I was listening to Don Jameson on.
Weird Al hasn't put an album out in like 6 years.
I mean, it's it's in comedy. Everybody Weird Al is probably #1 constantly in comedy.
Gonna say, has Mandatory Fun been #1 in comedy albums for 6 years?
Probably
has been.
To be honest,
Listen,
like,
that
Weird Al.
his last album was #1 period in albums.
Yeah,
which is
but
great.
like,
but that was his last album on his contract. He hasn't come out with any new music. I would like him to.
But
That's
no,
fun.
yeah, they went to #1 in comedy on I think a bunch of streaming services, but I heard that today. But shout out to Jim Florentine and Don Jameson.
He's
Love
not doing
those guys.
special ed still, is he?
No, I think I'm gonna actually give it a listen tonight just to see what it's like.
Ooh, I hope not.
But again, here's the thing: special ed was a character of his time. Okay, he
Still
was
rough, dude.
I do it on a regular basis so people know who Jim Florentine is. So
Do what?
like the the character.
Oh, Lord, don't do that.
It's not on video. It's fine.
You say that.
But
It's gonna be Ray's blackface video, basically. He's gonna get caught someday. With
I'm
an
not
audio
Judy
of him doing
Garland.
special
All
ed.
right. I'm not Judy Garland. All right.
Oh yeah, like no one's gonna like try to cancel her after death, are they?
Jesus. When I saw that, I've never
Probably
seen that
wasn't
video
hurt
before.
too much either, but
No, it was probably the studio heads that were just being dicks that day and be like, put her where she belongs. It's
That's probably the day she started doing drugs.
ooh, yeah.
No, I think that was shortly after Homeboy hung himself in the back of Wizard of Oz.
That's a myth.
Yeah, it's a myth, bro.
I don't know.
Look up Snopes.
Oh, don't trust them. Look up actually like a website dedicated to the Wizard of Oz hanging mystery.
I got a guy I used to work with who's so into the Wizard of Oz. Like it's actually, yeah. There's a park. I think it's one of the Carolinas that once a year they have this whole thing. I think it's like a week a year.
Yeah,
they do this.
I want to go there.
Park. Yeah, really. He goes down there and he's played the lion multiple times.
Oh god.
Or one of the lions that they do it in shifts. But yeah, he goes down and plays the lion. When he did in Canton, he did a production of Wizard of Oz when I was working with him. I didn't go see it. I should have.
Interesting.
But he's also a really good artist. He does all kinds of like original Wizard of Oz paintings and stuff. He's really good.
Return to Oz.
Super gay, of course. But
the
still.
best movie ever fucking made.
But he found out I never saw it, and he freaked out.
You've never seen it?
All the way through at the time.
It's so good.
So he like gave me a DVD. He's like, "You're watching it," and I did. But
it's so good. Such a good movie.
It really is a good movie.
Yeah. But when I sent you that video, I was like, you've got to be fucking, and I was like, oh wait, it was the 30s. Never mind.
Did you ever do the thing with Dark Side of the Moon?
No.
We did that one time.
I'm a pothead, but I'm not that big of a fucking pothead.
We weren't even high. We did it. You know what though? There's something to it. It's like, I mean, you have to be looking for it, be like, oh, it does sync up. But the thing is, like, there's a lot of fun coincidences in it, though. So I don't remember them.
Isn't it like the third lion roar?
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and then you start the album, and the music starts and everything, and it syncs up from there. I don't know. I'm not that big of a drug guy to let myself do that. Like, it's not what I'm into.
I'm gonna make an album that syncs up with the movie Soul Plane. Actually, and it's
what is your obsession with that horrible movie?
I've never seen it. I just thought of a dumb movie.
That's awesome.
Friday After Next. If you watch Friday After Next and play it, it started exactly the same time. Super Troopers 2.
Was it that bad though? Was Super Troopers 2 that bad?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. It was all fucking callbacks. And it's just a money grab, dude. Like, they could have made an actual good fucking sequel. Those guys are funny. They could have made a good funny movie. But they just it was just all fucking callbacks. You guys remember the first one? Yes, that's why we're here to see the second one. And it was a bummer. It really was. I didn't expect it to be good, but it was a bummer.
That's why I'm afraid they keep talking about they want to do a sequel to Tropic Thunder, and I'm afraid.
Oh, dude, it will suck probably.
Yeah, because
I don't know. Tropic Thunder's pretty fucked up. They make it fucked up, it'd be funny. But I don't think they can't do Tropic Thunder now. So how can they couldn't do it today. To it?
No, Adam Sandler was attached to it. And when they were first talking
they
about
have to find something fucked up to do. Like whatever's left, whatever fucked up the Nick can still get away with, they have to do that. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Because it's gonna be so tame compared to the first one. Like they couldn't do any of those bits they did. I mean, at least two specific bits. They couldn't do Robbie Downey Jr. in blackface, and they couldn't do the thing with Ben Stiller playing the mentally challenged character. They couldn't do either of that.
Yeah.
So they have to find other shit. Ray.
They couldn't do that now.
They couldn't do
the fucking movie that remember I told
you. Plus, no one would let them. That's the thing. No one would let them.
Yeah,
no one would give them the money to do it.
The movie that I told you guys that was the cartoon remake of Blazing Saddles. Do you know that I didn't know this? They released it in movie theaters and they pulled it 2 weeks later because they felt like older people would know what they were hinting at with everything in the movie. So they pulled it. And that's why I went to DVD and video on demand so fast. And it's a fucking hilarious ass cartoon. Like if you're an adult and you watch Blazing Saddles, you pinpoint and say, yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. but they fucking pulled it. So and
Should I
that's
watch it?
Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
You've never seen Blazing Saddles before?
No, I'm talking about this. What he's talking about, the cartoon.
The Legend of Hank. Yes.
What's it
If
called?
you can watch it, I'm not saying pay money for it, but if you can watch it for free, you'll watch it and you'll laugh because you'll get every kind of tone. And the fact that it's a Mel Blancs movie. So anything that's Mel Brooks movie.
So,
Anything that's Mel Brooks, I'm watching. I don't give a shit.
Oh, Blanks, wasn't that the cartoon guy?
Yeah, he was Bugs
Bugs
Bunny.
Bunny and Daffy Duck and legend and voice.
I
actor.
can only do it once.
Yeah, it's like one of the most legendary.
This has taken
voice
over
actors.
my speech, so I'm sorry.
Me too, man. Apparently, I didn't eat enough today. I'm dehydrated because I'm like not feeling great. I thought you meant I'm dying. That's what.
Oh no, I'm feeling fine. I'm high as a fucking kite.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't want to die.
You're
not
die.
gonna die.
You can't die because you're gonna be the best man in my wedding when I meet that 6 foot
Red.
hourglass, 275-pound, big titty, big booty bitch. Don't have to
I'd be a great best man. I was just my brother's best man last year. And I wasn't allowed to do anything. Like I wanted to do more. I wasn't allowed to have a bachelor party. I wasn't allowed to do anything.
I was my best friend.
We didn't have to go to a strip club to have a bachelor. I just wanted to do something. We weren't allowed to do anything. Let's just
I
go
was
to
like a
casino.
baseball game or something.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That's what he likes to do. I'm like, let's go to fucking Indians game last year and go to the casino. Wasn't allowed.
Sorry, Thomas.
No, I was Rob Bailey's best man in his wedding.
Yes. Shout out to our boy. I miss him. He never returns my texts. I'm so sad.
What are you talking about? I just got in contact with him and he's been home for a month and I haven't, been able to. I'll probably see him Friday.
Is that Skipper Dan?
Yeah. Yeah, Skipper Dan.
Yes. I love his dogs. I was the best man in his wedding and I got my life threatened because I got to walk his mom down the aisle.
Nice.
And in the middle of the wedding, his brother says, "You watch where you put your hands, son." And I felt intimidated because
I'm assuming
black.
Rob's Caucasian.
Yeah, because I'm black. I felt intimidated. And then she was the one being frisky with her hands. Like, you tell your mom to watch her hands. Shit. I got hit on by both mothers of the mother of the bride and the mother of the groom.
Oh boy. It's that Kansas and Ohio. It's just
no, it was Kansas. And then the mother of the bride was from Ohio. She was a sweetheart. But you could they were Spitfire. That wedding was hilarious. I got to walk a dog in a wedding. It was
Don't
wonderful.
say that about his mom.
No, I'm talking about Wilhelmina.
Again, code words don't work here. We have honest, open discussion. Thomas.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's because Ray won't understand the codes.
His mom was a sweetheart. She was from Kansas City. She's about 4 foot tall.
Kansas or Missouri?
Kansas. No, Kansas.
I'm pretty sure it was Kansas.
Yeah, it was Kansas.
When I went on a Greyhound cross country, we talked about it after I got back.
Are they moving the Chiefs to Kansas?
I don't know.
I've heard that rumor.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that would be.
You just have people in Missouri like, I can't believe the traffic's so bad to get there.
Well, listen, if they're trying to build a new stadium, then it's that kind of sucks. Arrowhead's like the most legendary, that and Lambeau, the most legendary football stadiums left.
Yeah.
But boy, it's going to be whoever gives them the most money, tax breaks, blah blah blah.
We
We
need to have Rob on here just to talk minor league baseball stories. We will have to do something.
Who do you play for?
We'd have to record. He was drafted by the Cubs.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Rob Bailey.
E-L or L-E-Y?
L-E-Y.
L-E-Y.
He actually used to babysit.
B-A-I-L-E-Y. Yes.
I-L-E-Y. Okay.
He actually used to babysit Cavan Biggio, who is now a Major League Baseball player. And he played golf with Jeff Bagwell.
He had an at bat against Roger Clemens, I believe. where he broke his bat
Yeah.
off of a pitch from a young Rocket.
How old is he?
He
Eh.
is 47. I think he's 2 years older than me.
I got one who's 54. Is that not
No.
him?
No, that's not him.
No,
He's 47.
but or maybe he's lying to us. Maybe
No,
maybe-
he ain't. He can't lie about that one. His wife wouldn't let it happen.
Well, where did he play? This is Augusta, Wayland, Salem, Rochester, New
He
Haven.
was drafted by the Cubs. He ended up with the Astros somehow, and I think that's when he stopped.
Yeah, I think the Astros farm
Last
program
time,
was the
yeah.
last one he was with.
Yeah.
But that was before I hated that fucking team. Pulse.
Yeah, he don't like
Fuck the
he
Stros.
I can't get the. Then something's going on with me.
he don't even like the he don't we won't wear Stroh's gear.
No,
None of his
I-
jerseys. He won't wear them anymore.
nope. I will never. I may have an Astros circle Adam flat pennant, but I'll keep that and sell that to some dope who wants it. At least they'll give me money for their cheating ways. Those sons of bitches.
Remember when Barry Larkin was on an episode of the Wayans Brothers? Remember when the Wayans Brothers had a show?
I do. I met the Wayans brothers once. They were pretty cool guys.
Which
Mhm.
one? Like, there's 14 of them.
Marlon and the oldest one.
I could picture 4 of them right now.
Oh, not the oldest one. It was Marlon.
The one who was the one who was Keats.
the Wayans brothers, like
Yeah, the
the
one who was-
Wayans brothers.
Keats, the one that was directed shit, the one that was director of
I think
Scary
this one
Movie.
was the DJ.
and then the 2 other brothers, the younger ones, those 2, the ones that are white chicks.
It was
Yeah,
Sean
that's
and
the-
Marlon.
Sean and Marlon. That's it. I got to meet Sean and Marlon
Yeah.
when I interned at WMJI Magic 105.7.
Which one was in Sixth Man?
I don't know.
I think it was Marlon.
I think it was I know what he looks like. I can't tell you his name though.
Who decided to do the G.I. Joe movie? Oh, such a terrible movie, G.I. Joe Rise of Cobra. I took it back after buying it at $5 at the exchange. I was
You
like, I took a
sucked.
dude. I literally looked at the person. I'm like, this is the most insulting shit I've ever seen in my life. It's awful. Take it back. Like, I don't want my money. Just take it back.
Just take it.
Yeah, just take it off me.
Yeah. Damon, Keenan.
Yeah, Damon
Damon.
Keenan,
There was another one too. I can't remember.
Bartholomew.
Alcohol is taking over my brain at this point.
Yeah, producer is drunk. This is Bro Plata. Yeah.
Yeah, Damon is. Damon
Yeah.
is the one who had the most success.
Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, Damon.
Damon
The
had
bald
the
one.
most success.
Blank man.
He was the one in that. Wait, hold on. No, not Damon. Who am I? Fuck. Which one's the bald one?
Damon Wayans.
Damon.
Okay, so who's
Yeah.
the other one? The other one with the who was in White Chicks and who was in
Marlon and
Six
Sean.
Man, Marlon. Well, they're both in a lot of shit.
Yeah. They're steady with work. That's the nice part. Except for G.I. Joe, Marlon Wayans really hasn't had a fucking bomb.
So Damon was Keats and Bulletproof.
Yeah, he was.
One
Yeah.
of the more underrated Adam Sandler movies, actually. It's actually kind of one of the better ones. It's a good movie. James Caan. R.I.P.
R.I.P. James Caan. Jonathan will be missed.
Disneyland. What?
Uh,
Sorry.
oh man. Yeah, I don't know at this point. Just waiting on Jake Digman to come in. We're gonna have him on. Been in the movie Warrior with Kurt Angle and Eric.
Of course,
from
it's
the
the first.
WWE.
Really, there was huge names in that movie, and you go to fucking
Brian
wrestling.
Callen.
What is
was in
wrong?
that
Brian,
movie.
Brian Callen. You go to Brian Callen.
Tom Hart. This guy that I've never heard of named Tom Hardy, I believe.
Tim Hardy.
Tim Hardy.
Hardy.
Yeah, I don't know. Good movie.
The chick from House.
I forgot she was in that movie.
Olivia Munn. I mean Olivia Wilde. Hold on.
No, not Olivia
got a
Wilde.
visitor.
Wasn't Olivia Wilde.
Jake, buddy.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure I got everything set up right. Hey, thanks for having me on.
No
Hey, thanks for
problem,
being
my
here,
friend. We appreciate having you on, especially since, in my opinion, you, Steve Guy, and I believe the guy from, well, maybe not, but I'm not sure if the guy from NAFS back in the day who did the Somebody Make Some Noise thing, you guys are my three favorites I've ever seen when it comes to like, not Bruce Buffer and all that, but you guys are my favorites when it comes to like actual combat sports and all that. So I'm happy to have you on, my friend.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. To be up there with lofty gentlemen as Steve Guy and Jazz Sakura, I'll take that company. Two good guys, so I'll take that any day of the week. So
How the hell is Steve Guy on that list? How is Steve Guy?
Steve Guy is, and Digman can attest to this.
I haven't seen him do that. I know Steve, but I haven't seen him do that. So, but it just
He's
sounds
an amazing
strange to
ring
me that
announcer.
He'd be good at it. All right.
He's very
Oh yeah,
good.
Steve is really, really good. Actually, the first time I went out and saw him, I was, it's one of those things. Being in the industry, you kind of have you can tell there's people that are announcers that are there that they think that they're trying to get themselves over. They think that someone actually paid money to see them, and I've been around long enough to know that no one ever really has. And I can attest from firsthand experience that, as once was said to me, and I passing this on, is that Steve Guy is the kind of person that he is a part of the show, but he doesn't take away from the show. And and an announcer, that's all you can do. I've learned over the years. Actually, the absolute worst ring announcers who you'd think would be really good are radio show hosts, because they're up there trying to tell you a story that no one's listening to, so they eventually get tuned out. So
I was going to say Scott Farrell in
Farrell.
Yama. When he did the Yama pit fighting and was just like improving his lines, going like, "This man is built. He's a guy who has a lot of muscle on him. I'm gonna do a line in the back and his name." Like he made it about himself at that one. I'm like, God damn it, stop it. Just stop being who you are, please.
Yeah. You'll find that a lot of times you can tell the people that have, when I first started announcing, I was horrible. And I can wholeheartedly admit to that. I was rotten. But it's something over, like anything, over time you learn and you get better at it. And you can tell the people who are take pride in their craft, and the other ones who are just playing announcer that they've seen on TV. They go in there and they want to do all the tropes, and you can't do that. You got to find your own unique style. And the people that are good, they stick around, and the people who aren't, they eventually get weeded out. It's just like any other industry.
What was some of the things that you were doing wrong when you started that you've gotten better at over the years?
I was very nervous. I wasn't sure of myself up there. I was so afraid of okay, funny story. The very first TV taping I ever did was for Fight Fest back in 2006. And I'm on TV, so I'm in my early 20s. I am incredibly nervous. I stood there like stiff as a board because I was afraid, I would move the wrong way. I taught, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the aisle. I was so nervous about screwing up that I actually ended up screwing up. And instead of announcing the fighter's name, who was Ricardo Martinez, I introduced him as Rico Rodriguez, of which gave one Wes Sims an absolute hysterical laugh that every time I saw him for years after that. As soon as I did it, mind you, I'm a kid. He comes right, here's this UFC veteran comes running up to me going, "I didn't know Rico Rodriguez looks a lot smaller since the last time I saw him." But the benefit of it was I screwed up. It can only go better from there. But that's one of those things I take with me, that I just kind of grew into certain things. And back then I would be afraid, oh my God, if I screwed up, that was it. It's and done. No, if they can't edit and post, I just move on, because, if the people don't know it, if I sell it, then it becomes a bigger deal. If you just keep going with it, I've had people come up to me. The worst things are moms that come up and are like, my son's name is pronounced this way, even though the guy never said anything. So then I'll try to correct it later on. But, if they win or whatever, if I got to say a second time. But yeah, moms tend to get offended if you say their kid's name wrong.
That's hilarious.
You ever get nervous about like you get the results, right? There's a really close fight where they hand you the results, and I guess I kind of want you to go through that process, how that works out. But like, you ever get nervous on messing that up? Because I've seen that happen before. Like a dude we've had on the show, Hunter Watt, had that to happen to him in an amateur fight.
I've done that before. I've messed it up.
Yeah.
I announced the wrong guy as the winner. It's embarrassing and horrible, and the guy looks at you and you're like, now it depends on what it is. If it's like a TV taping or something, then you have to redo it because you have to get it right, especially if that's going to be post-edited going into something else. If it's like a live show and it's not taped for TV or anything, you can kind of get away with moving on. I think I've only done that twice in my career. Once was the second show I ever announced ever. I announced the wrong guy as the winner, and but thankfully and there was one other time, and the second time, that first one was my fault. The second one was the commission's fault. So to answer your question, what happens is when the fight happens, when it's over, I go over to whoever the inspector for the athletic commission that is in charge. I go over there, I get the verified results of whatever the finish was from the referee who comes over. I get the time from the official timekeeper, and then I get the whatever the inspector, his is the final call. So whatever he says is what goes. Now, the interesting thing that I've had happen, I've learned over the years, I have a unique style or a style that I use when it's a split decision. And it's like, after every fight, it's like, big round of applause for both of these warriors. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards where we have a split decision. And when I do that, the crowd automatically boos. It is the most hilarious thing ever. They're just assuming their guy's getting screwed over. So no matter what, it's either boo or oh, like they're just it's so funny. And at that point, I know the result because I take the cards with me from the athletic commission. So I'll read through it and obviously do one, fighter A, fighter B, and then your winner by split decision, fighter so and so. And the crowd, half the crowd's like, oh man, that's a bunch of BS, and the other half's like, yeah, I totally knew I won.
What's one of the over the years that you've been calling fights, what's the one fight you look back on and you're like, that's the best fight I've ever been privy to for ring announcing or anything like that?
Man, I've seen so many great fights over the years that it's so hard to narrow it down to just one. The first just couple that pop into my head. One was at RFO several years ago, and it was 2 guys that actually went on to be in the UFC. One of the best fights I ever saw, and that was John the Machine Gunther and Devontae Smith. That was incredible.
Oh, good. Sorry, I was interrupting because I knew what fight you were going to say. You're like, these guys were both in the UFC. I'm like, I know what fight he's talking about because I've seen that fight. We've had John on before, and John's a man. But that fight was amazing.
One of my other ones, it's actually kind of one that's been lost to history. It was at the skate place down in New Philadelphia, Ohio. And it was, what's that?
I live in New Philly, right down the street.
Oh, right on. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That's a Harbor Freight now. That's a Harbor Freight.
Harbor Freight?
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? At least they're getting used out of the building. So
right.
It was a fight down there. It was John Mongoose Myers, the hometown guy, taking on Paul straight out of Compton. This was in 2007, before we were even on TV or anything. It was an amateur fight that the fight ended. I mean, these 2 guys were, and sadly, neither one of those guys are with us anymore. So rest in peace, brothers. But both those guys were going back and forth, and the fight ended with Mongoose catching Compton with a right hand. It looked like it knocked him out, but when he hit the fence, it woke him back up, and he lunged out with a Superman punch. And both guys were down and out, and Compton ended up getting the win. And he was about to fight referee Mark Matheny because he had no idea he won the fight. No clue. It was one of the most insane things ever. And Mark afterwards, he says to me after the show, he goes, I know these guys are amateurs, but that fight could have headlined a UFC. So that's another fun one. And then the other one, it was just for the atmosphere that we had built up. And it was the big showdown between Josh Sandman Stansberry, who also went on to go to the UFC, and Stipe Miocic, who went on to do some things in his MMA career as well.
Yeah, never heard of him. He's a
just
bum.
The atmosphere inside of Gray's Armory when I was in there, and I go, the following contest is in the NAAFS National Amateur Heavyweight Division, and it is Miocic versus Stansberry, and you just felt a buzz, and the entire crowd stood up and just like, oh, here we go. And that was like the very first time I got that like big fight feel of like, okay, we've put together something special here that the fans want to see, and it was just like an electric atmosphere. But man, over the years, there's been so many great fights, and a lot of people I've been privileged to share a cage with over time. So I'm grateful for those opportunities.
Absolutely, man. And I love the story. Like, I want to real quick. I've known you for a long time, and we met at a Roctagon MMA event in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I remember Roctagon.
God bless James Jetta, and God bless the Roctagon.
Oh my God, man, that was such a wild week and those fights were amazing. I still tell the story of the kid who was all he did apparently was like hit a punching bag, and he was a line worker or something. No, he climbed telephone poles. He told this to Nick Nutter and I can't remember his name.
Brian Cavanaugh.
Yeah, Brian. And yeah, dude, that head kick that just knocked this kid completely out. And you're just standing there, and I'm holding the camera, and I just remember you like giving the winning thing, and I'm like, oh God, this is fucking wild, man. That was such a fun weekend, dude. I loved it.
Oh yeah, that was an absolute great time. I'm very fortunate throughout doing this over the years to have opportunities to do crazy, wild weekends like that in Indianapolis. For several years, we always did a show up in Geneva on the lake called War on the Shore, and it just so happened to fall on my birthday every year. So my job at the time was I was in charge of marketing. So that's when I came up with the hashtag. I mean, it's my birthday. Might as well have fun, right? So I came up with the hashtag, the summer's biggest bash. And for every year on my birthday, it just happened to fall that way. I didn't go to Geneva every year. Then, we do the shows. And by the time we got there, everyone knew it was my birthday. We just take over the strip, and shenanigans, we'll say, ensued for more often than not. And
not in Geneva on the lake. No.
Oh, it would be great because there are guys that were like, I remember there was one time, the first year we went up there, the two guys that were going to fight each other later in the year, and they knew it because they were intentionally being kept apart from each other. It was Joe the Giant Killer Lewis and Dominic Van Est. So they end up drinking together that night and becoming friends. Like, they're talking about how they have, like, each of them have 2 kids, blah, blah, blah. They both work at these, they can't fight each other. They're best friends. All of a sudden, about an hour later, they come out, and Lewis looks at me and goes, F this guy. Van Ness is like, I'll fight him right now. I'm like, what happened? He's a Michigan fan. He's a Buckeyes fan. Can't stand up and rolling. The next day, after everyone sobers up, everyone just, because all the guys are going to go on to fight each other later on, So the next day, as everyone's like waking up and sobering up and looking at each other, it was like the night before never happened, and everyone just like, yeah, I'll see you down the road. See you, bye. That's
hilarious.
So for one night, everyone, you give them copious amounts of alcohol, and everyone was best friends. So the next day, it's like, yep, we're just going to act like none of this ever happened, and they did end up fighting each other later on.
Nice.
That was such a weird event. I was there one time, and I know it's like in a backyard of a bar, right?
Right. Yeah, it was in the backyard of the Cove, up in Geneva. Oh, fun story on that one. So the first year we did that, whoever's in like the board, the I don't want to say the city council, but there's a board up there that runs the little Geneva on the lake area. They took to a vote to see if we were allowed to come back, and we ended up winning like 4-3 or something.
Jesus Christ.
It was so loud with everything out back, and everybody was at our show. So up until the show was over, the strip was dead. And then once everyone left the show, the place was packed. So that's basically what led to them saying, okay, you guys can stay there because you guys can come back, because we brought in enough tourism that it was, it was good for the district. But yeah, the fact that they voted on whether or not we were allowed to come back or not, I thought was pretty.
Yeah, the one time I was there, it was packed, but it rained. Actually, a good friend of mine, you've actually called a couple of his fights, Andrew Law.
Oh yeah,
friend of mine. Yeah, he was up there to fight, and his fight got canceled because it started raining in the middle of it. They fought for about a minute and it got canceled.
I actually wasn't at that show. I had already left the company by then. But I always kind of joked around with people after the fact. I said, when I was here and it was on my birthday, it never once rained. Maybe that's the Mother Nature sending me a message. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yep.
Well, the thing was they got the card started late because the commission was late, as always, right? And they couldn't do weigh-ins, whatever. And then whatever happened, the card was late, and then of course it started pouring when he was fighting, and they never did make that fight up. But
yeah, I think didn't something happen? Was it a pro fight at the time?
No, he wasn't a pro at the time.
He was still amateur because I know he must have been the tail end of the amateurs. I think it was. So I heard something that was like the last couple of amateur fights at all of the pros because George Comer was the main event and his fight got literally washed out. They never redid it.
Yeah, he was supposed to fight Joey Holt, isn't it? I think.
Oh,
I'm not sure. I think that was the one he tried to fight Joey Holt.
Oh,
I could be wrong. Did we lose him?
no.
We lost Jake for a second.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, there we are. You did have an interesting time frame in which you were like ring announcing because there were some gyms, Griffin Rawl especially, was like everybody heard about that gym. Who like can you who's your because also I that's where I started training jiu-jitsu. Shout out to Jason Dent. We may have him on the show soon.
Just saw him a couple weeks ago.
Huh?
Just saw him last week.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen him since I moved back from Colorado. I went over to Revolution where Tim and George are now, but especially like those early days of the gyms, like which ones were your favorites actually, like to watch go at it against each other for like possible rivalries and stuff like that?
I actually said a comment because I was up at Griffin Rawl for their 25th anniversary.
Shout out to them.
And I actually said to Jason Dent on a little video I shot, one of my favorite things about him was he wasn't afraid to be the asshole. He wasn't afraid to be the bad guy that would go in there, and he would rouse up emotions and just get things going. People would get so mad. Back in the day, you get like that Griffin Rawl strong style rivalry, and people would be like, going, absolutely nuts. And back when we had our message boards and stuff, and people were just talking trash to each other, and Jason would just right in the middle of it, just like stirring stuff up. I also we had the Instigator fight team out of Canton, man. Those are the guys that they're still fighting now with the Cage Thunder. They bring it every single time. Every time they're out there, they're one of the reputable gyms. Is like, I don't want to leave anybody out. There's ones that have been around for such a long time that are, I mentioned Victory MMA, the Instigator fight team. Then there was obviously Strong Style, Griffin Rawl, Revolution's coming in doing, they got a lot of history, a lot of guys that have been around the block as well. Down in Columbus, Ronin Training Center down there with Josh Williams. They've always brought some great camps. One of my favorites, and I've told them this, was always Rising Dragon. Because I always envisioned, if you ever saw guys from Rising Dragon, it was like Frank the Tank Caraballo, Torrance the Tyrant Taylor, Taiwan Howard. But I always envisioned their gym to be Apollo Creed's gym from Rocky 3, where he's trying to train Rocky. And I told him that once, and they laughed. And Alonzo Hollywood Harvey goes, "Yeah, that's pretty much is our gym." I was like, because every single time, these guys are going up against these like. They were an elite level. They were elite level gym, but they're also going up against have the spacious stuff and all these different departments and areas and different coaches, and they're just guys that every single time one of their guys is on the card, they're going to throw down and it's going to be a scrap and it's going to be a war. One of the back in the day, one of the best fights I ever saw into the point where the decision even made me look down. It was Smoking Joe Highland against Torrance the Tyrant Taylor, and it was just absolutely crazy, like a back and forth where I thought it was a split decision. It ended up being a unanimous decision for Smokin' Joe, and the crowd 100%, well, not 100%, we'll say 70%, disagreed with that call. They were not happy, and that was when there was controversy and conspiracy theories and all this other crap, and people were like, "You did something," and I'm like, "Yes, I paid off the judges. Come on." Yeah, come on, man. I had nothing to do with that. But I remember looking at the scorecards, and I looked up at Pablo Castro, who was one of the coaches for Strong Style. And after the show, he goes, why did you give me that look? And I go, because you just happened to be the one when I looked up. I was just absolutely shocked. He goes, did you not think that Joe won? I go, no, I just didn't think it was going to be a unanimous decision just based on how the fight was so close. I'm like, but yeah, I've been fortunate. You can kind of see the gyms that I always tell people that young guys now, which is fun because I'm now like an old guy. When I do these like Cage Thunder or BCM shows or other ones, people coming up to me like, I watched you on TV when I was a kid. And I'm like, oh, that's great. If you're an independent fighter, man, go get in a gym. If you want to be somebody and you want to take this seriously, go get in a gym. There's nothing wrong. Go to multiple gyms. Go to all the gyms. Yeah. I mean, I think Cody Garbrandt's trained with every single gym that's from Ohio to California at this point. But do what you can to make you the best version of you. And don't get caught up, if there's something going on in the place you're at, it doesn't benefit your skill set or your style, don't stay there. Go somewhere that does benefit you. Because all you're going to do is learn and get better and improve.
Yeah, the guy I talked about earlier, who's been a friend of mine before he started fighting, Andrew Law. He was at most of the gyms in Northeast Ohio. Right. He was at Evolve, he was at Victory, and now he's running his own gym down here, Route 250.
Route 250.
Yeah, they're trying to move up too. They have a lot of really tough dudes, and you're going to be hearing their names if you haven't already.
Those guys, Apex Fight System, Route 250, Apex Fight Systems. Mm-hmm. There's a whole bunch of new gyms that have come along that what's the other one I'm thinking of? Aries Combat Sports Academy, Dave Graff. There's a lot of guys, and the people who run it and the coaches, they take it seriously. It's not just this thing. It's a business at the end of the day, and they treat it like a business. And those are the guys, the teams that end up being successful. And it's kind of great to see the new blood that's coming in, and going to be the future of the sport.
Is Aries Twinsburg? Because I've seen a place out of Twinsburg that's like right near the major shopping center.
I do believe so. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I've always wanted to stop into that gym because I kind of want to see what it looks like because I love that shit. But when you said that, I'm like, I know that gym. Why do I know that gym? Sorry, Tim. Continue.
No, I was going to say, I tried to explain this to people who are newer to the local MMA scene in Northeast Ohio or Ohio in general, that about 10 years ago or so, and you were around then, it was like the Wild West as far as promotions and fights and guys who would fight in the common promotion. I mean, did you see that? Like, there was so many more promotions, and they weren't all ran great, and there was more fighters that were coming off the couch. I mean, have you seen like a big change in the last decade as far as the MMA, amateur and pro, and the promotions in Ohio?
I mean, so I was fortunate enough that when I came up, I did things the right way. And of that, I was involved with one of the mottos of the early days with NAAFS when we first started it was, to create this kind of a place where everybody could go, because we saw all of those fly-by-night promoters where guys would just come in, and it's like, you guys have been to indie wrestling shows. The same thing with indie fight shows. I heard horror stories of where there'd be fights in crowds or all this other crap that's going on. They didn't have security. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. And I have been very blessed that I never worked with any of those promotions, because I was always very selective with the promoters. Because at the end of the day, let's face it, promotions are carny business, right? So it's got to get in a business with somebody that you trust, that they're going to pay you at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, as much as I love doing this, it is still a gig in a way I make money. And if I don't know, who this person, this has never done a show before, if they don't come verified through somebody else that I know, I'm just not going to do it. And I had, luckily I didn't do any of the shows you had mentioned before, those little fly-by-night shows. I pretty much just went straight from NAAFS, and I mean, with the way that ended, some people have their questions. But when I was there, it was on the up and up, and it was, it was created as the spot to be. It was, the fighters wanted to go there because they knew they were going to be treated right, and they knew they were going to be given opportunities. And then after I left there, I went with, I ended up working with Roctagon for a while. That's Ray, where I met you for the first time. And, and I was very hesitant about that. I'll be honest, if Mike Moran wasn't working there and the broadcast team, I would have never gone there. just because whenever somebody says, "Hey, I've got these things, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this," my BS meter goes on. And my other issue I always have is when, and I still see this to this day, and I find this hilarious. When we started NWFS, myself and Greg Kalikas back in the day, there were us two. That was it. And then eventually we added on because, okay, we need a salesperson. We need this person. We know you add to it. I see these promotions that have started up and they have like, I'm not going to name names, but some of them aren't around anymore. They have like the vice president of this and the vice president of that and the vice president. I'm like, you're doing a show at a bingo hall. What do you need 7 vice presidents for?
Yeah.
And they're all getting, I guarantee every single one of them are getting paid. I did a show in New York once filming camera work with Mike. And these guys came in, and all of a sudden, at the end, one dude literally stood there and held a cord. That's all he did. He didn't do anything else. And at the end of the night, he sure as heck can bet he's walking up to the promoter going, "Where's my paycheck?" I'm like, why are you paying all of these people that you don't need to be? And the next thing you know what happens? They don't do shows anymore because they've run out of money.
Yeah.
So I was very fortunate to go from NAAFS to RFO, and RFO had a good 10-year run there with Matt Trukovich and Mansfield, and it went from NAAFS being like the promotion where the fighters wanted to be at to RFO becoming 2017 was the last year that we were in business, and Matt goes, "I want to go out on top. I'm done." We won every award there was to win that year for the I think it was the Bluegrass MMA Awards. I won Ring Announcer of the Year, Promoter of the Year, Promotion of the Year, Fight of the Year, Show of the Year, everything. And Matt goes, "Okay, we're done." And I'm like, okay. No better way to go out. And then moving ahead today, I'm really fortunate. BCM Promotions has really stepped up, taking the helms down in the Mansfield area, and then treating fighters right. And they've got a good crew with Cody Stevens and those guys down there, and then as well as an Akron at Chaparrals, which I consider my home arena because I was the first one to say, "Hey, let's do a fight show at Chaparrals." So literally, I'm the one to pick the very first time to do it there. And with Cage Thunder and everything, and they got a very Randy Jarvis Jr., who learned from his dad, who's a promoter, and they run a top-notch professional organization down there. And they're always asking me. It was funny at the end of the last show. Randy was like, well, any ideas you have? Because I have a lot of marketing background doing this. I go, man, the show is packed. We're selling out. We don't even do any gimmicks right now, until it's time to expand and grow bigger. We want to go to a bigger venue. Other than that, whatever we're doing it right. And I think what that comes back to, it reminds me a lot of the early days of NAF and then into RFO, was word of mouth. People go and they have a really good time and they tell their friends, "Hey, come on, it's a good time." Even if all the fights end in the first round, because you can't control that, they all end in the first round. As long as the people feel like they're getting their money's worth and they get the show within the show, I think they're doing a really good job with that. So, luckily, I haven't had to deal too much with the shady promotions in the course of my career. And I also never really went to any of those shows either, just because, you hear the horror stories and I'm like, I'm good on that.
No, they're kind of hilarious, but working for them would have to be it'd piss you off, I'm sure. No, Cage Thunder, you're working with the shadiest matchmaker I know, Scott Corbin, man. Like, you can't, Scott, you can't work with that guy.
We're trying to
talk your ear off. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hey, he has your fight. All right, we don't want that erased.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't have a copy.
Yeah,
of my
he has your fight, son. Like, what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm just joking because Scott's my neighbor. He lives like 2 blocks from me. I've known him a long time.
I figured as much, but if anything, he'll come up to me and yell at me for this later on when I see him.
No, I'm trying to get Scott.
Was talking trash about. No, I like Scott.
Yeah, Scott's a great guy. I've been trying to get him on for 2 years, and he has the one copy of my one MMA fight that we're trying to get on so we can play it on here. But no, we'll figure it out eventually.
Man, I have people from 10 years ago ask me, still messaging me from like back in the day, going, "Hey man, can you get a copy of my fight from 2009? No, dude. Like I don't work there. I don't just have these things on a shelf that I'm keeping as like ransom from everyone.
Well, Scott does.
I lost everything.
Yeah, well, Scott does. That's the thing. He has.
Oh yeah, he's holding a year's ransom. He doesn't want you to have it.
Right. He does work hard with this matchmaking. If there is tape, he watches all the tape, so that's why he does have all of those. But anyway, we've been trying to get him on, but he's like, "I'm busy. I'll try this." I'm like, "All right, man, but 2 years, so you gotta have eventually figure it out."
I mean, we had Master Ken on, for Christ's sake.
That's true. Pat Militich
compared to Pat Militich, and he still won't come on.
What's Pat Miletich ever done for the sport of MMA like Scott Corbin has? Come on.
Anyway, Scott
Yeah.
Corbin, Matt Miletich. Anyway, what has he done?
Right? Yeah.
Nothing. Not shit. Well, I think this is the part where we ask about the movie, right? Probably. As far as MMA movies go, most of them are real garbage. Almost all of them. Boxing movies win Oscars, but MMA movies are garbage. But there's one that's better than all of them, and it's still not perfect, but it's good. But you had the opportunity to be in Warrior.
I did.
Yeah. How did that come about?
So Rick Fike, who is an Ohio referee, also the Ohio. He runs his own stunt company and has worked in major Hollywood films since the 90s. Double Dragon, all the Avengers movies, whatnot. Anything that's filmed in Cleveland involves Rick Fike stunts, or in the Ohio area, PA area. There's a good chance it's Rick Fike's Predator stunt team, I believe is what they're called, is involved in it. Well, I ended up getting a phone call from him who said, "Hey, they're filming they're doing a movie. They need someone to be a ring announcer for an MMA fight in Pittsburgh. Can you be there tomorrow?" Okay. When that call happens, you go, "Okay, I'll figure out a way to be in Pittsburgh tomorrow." Mm-hmm. I drove out, auditioned, which, I mean, that in of itself was kind of, because I'm me. I'd never done. The guy sitting next to me, I'm sitting in this room with all these people. The one guy's like, "Oh, I did a Burger King commercial," and the other person's like, "Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I was on some show," and I'm like, I announced Cage Vengeance 6 last week. It was like in my head. And I went in there, and I remember asking the person who I was doing the audition for, I go, "What kind of announcer do you want?" And she's like, "Well, what do you mean?" I go, "Do you want like old time boxing live here at the Spectrum? Or do you want like," she goes, "I want you," I'm like, "Do you want like, UFC fighting, whatever?" And she's like, "We want you to be you." I'm like, okay. So I, as much as I could, did the full on, like I'm in front of, 5,000-6,000 people for one person in the room, and did the full on thing. And she's like, "Okay, great. I did it." I'm like, "Okay, well, that's that." Thinking, I tried pretty much. And then probably about on my drive home, I was actually halfway back to Ohio, and I got a call, and she goes, "Okay, we're gonna offer you the part. Can you be back here on Wednesday for wardrobe?" I'm like, "Oh,
yeah, man,
that just happened." And so I go back. We filmed on Thursday and Friday overnights, and then Saturday night I actually had a show in Akron that I was announcing, one of the whatever we called it, Midwest Combat Challenges, I think is what we called it back in the day. So I had a show I was doing. And I remember the first day, because I've never been on a Hollywood movie set. I have no idea where I'm going. I just pull in and I'm following the crowd. I'm like, I see all these people. I'm like, okay, I guess I go over here. Well, I find out they go, and I get a call from Greg, who was a promoter, my boss at the time. And he's like, "Where are you? Everyone's looking for you." I'm like, "I'm here." He goes, "No, you're not." I'm like, "Yes, I am." And I'm like, so I finally find some of the headset on. They go, "Oh, no, you go over here." I had my own private trailer. It went Nick Nolte, Tom Hardy, Joel Edgerton, Jake Digman. I mean, sure, it was like the size of a Cracker Jack box, but the fact that I had a trailer, I'm just like, I'm looking up, going like, and I really wish, because I don't want to look like a mark, I really wish in hindsight I would have like snapped a picture or something of that. And then some guy comes up, next thing I have an assistant, and he's like, "What would you like to eat?" And I'm like, "I don't know, a ham and cheese sandwich." And then I'm thinking like, lunch meat, and I end up getting like Christmas dinner ham carved up on it. I'm like, "Oh, I can get used to this." And then overnight, pretty much, they filmed all over the course of that night. It was the scene behind the quote unquote strip club, which, fun fact, was actually an Italian restaurant, and they fed us during our lunch break. It was really, really good. So just want to I wish I remember the name of it, but I don't. But it was really awesome, and just sat there. And I remember Rick looking at me. He goes, "Okay," and he was saying how much we were going to make, because I ended up getting a Taft-Hartley, which got me in because it was a SAG position. Like I still get every 6 months I'll get like an average $8 check from Warrior, but for royalty, which is awesome. It's a gift that keeps on giving. But we came in there, and I was on. He's sitting there, and he's telling us, and he's Rick's looking at me. He goes, "Okay, once we get to 8 hours, that's when the big bucks kicks in. So once we get after 8 hours, we get like, it goes to time and a half. And after we get to 9 hours, it's double time and a half." Both days were 12-hour shoots. So it ended up being a nice lucrative thing when I did it. I mean, I'm not enough to retire on, but it was still kind of cool that I got to add that to the list of things that I've done. And it's funny, my fiance and I were actually just watching it because it was Warrior was on. It's on one of them now.
HBO
Peacock?
Max. I watched it today.
Which one's it on? HBO Max. Every time it moves all around, and then I get like a really nice. I get a higher than normal royalty check out of it. That's pretty cool. By higher than normal, I mean like $12 instead of $8. But still, there's a scene in there. Everybody the scene of me announcing the fight is it's awesome, and the way they came in, and the director Gavin O'Connor, he came up to me and he goes, "Okay, how would you normally do this?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" He goes, how would this go down if this was a real fight? So I'm like, okay. And I knew the cornermen that happened to be playing cornermen were real cornermen. Jason Cable was one, played one of the cornermen. Mark Schrader's another one. So there were guys that knew what they're doing. I'm like, okay, well, I would take control of the situation. The corners are he's like, even if it's a first-time fighter, they'll know what to do. I'm like, their corners will make sure they know what to do. And we brought the guys in, and we did the full intro, and they had how they got the shot of, it's a spin around of me shot, which is my favorite thing ever. I wish I could have that for every show I've ever done, but I mean, it's just, to me, it's the coolest thing ever. A 360 of me. They had a little camera underneath me, and I had to announce the fight like 7 times. The same thing over and over again.
Whoa.
Going back, all these different angles and whatnot. And other than that, I'm pretty much, there's a couple other ones that didn't make the final cut. There was one bit that was edited out of the movie where Joel Edgerton comes walking into the fights and sees them going on, and he looks over and he sees the fights happening. And then one of the bits, the cameraman's following him because he's running in to try to make it on time, and he ends up sitting down next to me. And like, I don't see that he's there, and I turn over and I'm like, "Oh wow!" And he's like, "Oh ha!" And like, everybody kind of chuckled. I really wish that one made it onto a blooper reel, but it never did. But my favorite thing of that, there's a shot of me after I announced the fight, which is something I never do at a live show, like ever. But in the movie, it's there. It's me watching the fight, and there's like a slam, and I go, "Wow!" The only time I'm really acting in the entire movie, but I completely forgot that it was in there until a couple weeks ago we were watching it. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's fantastic!" I forgot about my little tiny, "Oh wow!" And then the gentleman who's sitting next to me goes, "That'll bring home the bacon," or something like that. I'll sit there. Yeah, I got, for being a no-name kid from Akron, I ended up getting a pretty good some screen time in there. And we did a premiere at the Highland Theater. My whole family showed up. Everybody cheered. They were all really ecstatic to see it. My mom cried. It was fun.
Aw, yeah, it's super cool for someone who's not an actor to have that experience on a movie like that. And like I said, it wasn't like Never Back Down 7. It was, you were in there with Joel Edgerton, who's a huge actor. So
right.
No, go ahead. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was listening.
Okay, you're right. No, I was gonna ask. Did it feel like a normal fight? Were you able to figure that out, or are you like, "Holy shit, that's Joel Edgerton"? And he's such a great actor, though. Just like he's acted like a fighter. Were you able to play off of that? Like his energy.
Other than the one scene that we had, he wasn't in the scene that I was in the ring with, because I actually didn't him. He was in the scene. I take that back. He was in later on. When he got in there, I stand corrected. No, it was a funny thing. It was just like business to me, because the one thing that was said, like, don't. I'm very humble roots, So like other people said, like, don't talk to the extras. I'm like, why? They're people. So I was talking to the extra guys that are standing right behind me. I'm like, I'm literally like no better than them. And the way I viewed it, I'm still one of them. I just happen to have this tremendously great opportunity, and Joel was super, super nice, and I drifted more towards the stunt crew just because that's the people that I knew, and like kind of like the different various guys that were extras that were like coaches and stuff that I saw them there. But I remember JJ Perry was also on the stunts for that, and he had done like all the X-Men movies and whatnot, and they showed a preview, which in hindsight is hilarious now because the movie ended up being horrible. It was X-Men Origins, but whenever they showed the trailer for X-Men Origins, well, the movie's horrible, but the stunt guys did their job just fine. And every time I was on the TV during dinner, everybody would cheer and watch. And then the other one who I ended up meeting and becoming still Facebook friends to this day, actually, Sam Hargrave, who went on to become very humble, low-key guy. He is the stunt coordinator for all of the Avengers movies and all of the Marvel movies. He's doing like the big time now. He's actually in the process of directing a movie with Chris Hemsworth for Netflix. It's a sequel to one of the ones he recently did.
Extraction.
Extraction 2, yeah, that's what it is.
He's extracting again.
Yeah,
I thought he died, but
extraction continues. But it's kind of cool just from that one little experience to still be able to see that guy and being like, hey, you know, I worked with him and he went on to do, in my 6 degrees of separation, went on to do some pretty big things. So at the time, I wasn't starstruck, but looking back on it now, it's kind of like I'm very grateful an opportunity that I had this opportunity. And for someone who, for what I do with announcing fights, every single show I have at least one young guy come up to me and tell me, oh my God, I'm so happy you're announcing my fight. I love Warrior. It's my favorite movie. I watch it when I'm, you know, training and getting ready to go and everything. And I'm like, oh man, that's, you know, it's cool. It's like, that's pretty awesome. We were at the pinball show over the weekend up in Cleveland. Shout out to the Cleveland Pinball Show. And ran into a friend of mine through Facebook, Chris Frenzy. And shout out to Chris Frenzy. And I was playing a game. I heard him, you know, tell him my fiance. He's like, yeah, man, I'm just a huge fan of his announcing work and whatnot. And seen him over the years. And seems like a cool guy. And I'm glad we get to hang out. And I'm like, oh man, that's humbling, you know. I always tell people, it's like, he seems like a cool guy. I'm decent at best.
I love hanging out with you, though.
This last question about the movie.
Yeah.
Do you like it overall? The movie. I mean, I know you love that you got to do it and your part and all that, but I mean, overall, like what I said about it is it's probably the best MMA movie, but it could have been better. Like it's like MMA
so
movies.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Okay, I do like it for what it is. However, like you, I don't have blinders on. There are some major flaws. Like, first of all, New Jersey has in that cinematic universe, New Jersey has the absolute worst athletic commission known to man by having I think at the end of it, they let Tom Hardy fight with no quarterman and a broken arm or something, and it's just like, come on, that would never happen ever.
3 nights in a row. Yeah, right.
But when you compare it to, like, you know, Never Back Down 4 or whatever the other ones that were, whatever that one with what was the one with Kevin James? I never even actually saw it.
Here Comes the Boom.
Yeah, I never saw that. I just heard bad reviews.
Honestly, the second best MMA movie.
Oh well, there we go.
Well, it's Warrior, Here Comes the Boom, and the one that Bruce, the Halle Berry just did. But most of them aren't good. Neither of them are great. But.
So the fact that I was, you know, to be in, you know, the best one of all of them is, you know, I am grateful that that's the one that I was fortunate enough to be a part of. And it's like anything, you know, like any movie, you can nitpick. It has its pluses and its minuses. I will say this: it's not a movie I recommend watching if you're about to go out and have a fun time on a Saturday night. It's not uplifting. And my other issue I had with it is they spoil the ending on the DVD cover.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's the last scene. Yeah,
it's the very last scene. Yeah. It's like, what? Why would you do that? It's like, I don't know. That's like, you know, that'd be like if you bought, I don't know, like Avengers and Endgame or something. And it's just Tony Stark holding on to freaking head. You know, like, why would you do that? But other than that, no. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but overall, yeah, I do enjoy it for what it is, and you know, you can't take anything, you know, too seriously. And I mean, the fact that it's because of that movie, I ended up not a lot of people know I lived out west for about 6 months, and it was like 2012. And when I was out there, I ended up becoming friends with Dan Caldwell, punk ass from Tap Out. And it was because those guys were big backers of the movie, and they're in the movie and whatnot. And it was actually supposed to be Charles Lewis Mask was supposed to be the promoter character in it, but he had unfortunately passed away. And when I went out there, I told him, hey, I was the announcer of this movie. And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, okay, cool. And then, you know, we realized that I was telling the truth. And we ended up, he was a friend of a friend, and we ended up hanging out and, you know, got along. And it's one of those people over the course of my journey that I got to meet and become friends with and be cool with. And I heard you talk before I came on the air. You're talking about Kurt Angle. I met Kurt Angle at a TNA house show in Akron, not at the Civic Center.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I went is because I wanted to meet Kurt Angle, and I wore my Warrior T-shirt that they gave us for being in the movie. And they're leaving, and he's walking out the building, and I walk up and I see him, and I'm like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Kurt Angle, Jake Digman. I was in the movie Warrior with you." And he looks at me and goes, "Yeah, you were, because only people from the movie got that T-shirt." And him and I proceeded to talk for like 5 minutes about being in the movie. He was talking about how he got to keep his. How he trained. He went for like several weeks to learn how to do a Russian accent because they basically told him your character is Fedor. So
Yeah.
he learned how to do a Russian accent, and he was all excited. And then they cut all of his lines, and he was ticked. So it was like, all this stuff. I'm like, oh man, that. He goes, yeah, and they were gonna do like Koba branded like fight shorts and all this other stuff. I mean, it is what it is. He's a pro wrestler. Take it for the greatest soul. But afterwards, I'm like, hey man, really nice meeting you. And I got a picture which is on my Facebook feed from many years ago of Kurt and I together. And my friends look at me and goes, dude, you just met Kurt Angle and you never once talked wrestling. I'm like, no, we had something else in common, which was really cool.
Yeah,
we're movie stars, bro.
Bro, yeah, we're in a movie together. We're brothers now. We're tight.
You're just huffing on your knuckles, rubbing them on your shirt. Like, no big deal. Just my boy Kurt. He lets me call him Curtis, okay? Oh, man. And this is the part of the interview that Danko is completely gonna tap out of.
You can talk about pro wrestling.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm gonna go get more drink. I'll be right back.
All right, you take him off the fucking screen
again.
That's exactly.
I was gonna say I don't hate it. I respect it. I just don't find it wildly entertaining. That's all.
Boo! Horrible human being, Jake Digman.
Man, nothing is more divisive than pro wrestling. You people either vehemently love it or they hate it.
Dude, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand it. It's like, why are you shitting on my parade?
I think like older people, like people that are like, their 30s and 40s and older that like watched back in the 80s. I think part of that comes from people watched it and they thought it was real and they feel like they got hoodwinked and then it made them mad and angry. But I'm like, how could you ever think this is real ever? Like, ever. Like, do you ever try to throw someone into ropes so they run back? Is that the first telltale sign?
The one experience I had where I thought wrestling was real was when Piper and Orndorff got into it because they fought and it looked so real. But then after I found out that it wasn't, I was still fine with it because I appreciate the storytelling. I love it.
Right. I mean, that's all. I mean, back in the day, it said, it's a male soap opera.
Yeah. And I mean, again, my favorite part, and you being a ring announcer can understand this. My favorite part were the promos and actually the ring announcers. Like, I can't remember the gentleman's name who used to ring announce in Charlotte territory. The guy with the really deep, booming voice from the 80s. Do you remember who I'm talking about? I think it was like Jim Wilson or something like that, where he was like, "This match is a special match." And it was like he would do some kind of weird thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but yeah.
That was one of my favorite ones ever. Yeah.
I actually, fun fact on that one, so when I do I mentioned earlier the whole split decision thing in MMA fights, it's actually my homage to Howard Finkel, the Fink from the WWF, because, and I do it without doing it blatantly, but whenever a title change, I'm like, your winner by split decision and new. I try to do that like little emphasis as like an homage because that's who I grew up watching as a kid. So it's like a little love letter to the Fink from my childhood.
And he passed away a couple of years ago, I want to say.
A couple years ago, yeah.
Yeah, R.I.P. Fink. But yeah, anytime you'd watch a WWE pay-per-view or WWF pay-per-view back in the day and Howard Finkel was announcing the main event, you're like, this about to be off the chain, man. Like,
right. That level of enthusiasm that was put into it. And I like, I mean, even like the world's most dangerous ring announcer, Gary Michael Capetta down in WCW, he would never say from or who. It'd always be funny. He'd be like, his opponent, 207 pounds, Charlotte, North Carolina. Brian Pillman or whatever. He never said from or weighing in at it. We just like, I always thought that was kind of cool. I could never get away with that, but he did a great job with it.
Gary Michael Capetta is one of those guys where when you listen to him, the weird rasp yet like high energy to him is what makes me put him in like one of my top 3 probably. Honestly, and I'll get you in a second, but mine are usually for ring announcers like Jimmy Lennon Jr. actually, Gary Michael Capetta, and probably Finkel. Who if you were to pick a Mount Rushmore of ring announcers, pro wrestling, boxing, MMA, who would you put in there as somebody who loves combat sports and all that kind of stuff?
All right, so obviously I'm not gonna go the narcissistic approach and include myself. So
I'll accept heel turns tonight.
For longevity, I got to go with Bruce Buffer, just because he has such a unique style. You hear it, it's UFC. For the amount of revolutionizing the business and getting paid, I got to go with his brother, Michael Buffer, on that list. He's not my favorite, just because I just think it's kind of overplayed, but I respect what he's done and his contributions and whatnot. Jimmy Lennon Jr. Jimmy Lennon is also another favorite of mine over the years. I did mention the Fink. Man, this is kind of hard. Just because the impact that the Fink had on that Howard Finkel had on me as a kid when I was watching, those WWF stuff back in the day. Another announcer I really liked that I was a huge fan of was Bob Ortiz in ECW.
Yes,
I thought he was very underrated and was a fantastic ring announcer. That the other one, Steven DeAngelis, was fine, but he sounded like he was yelling too much. Bob Ortiz had a very smooth delivery, and it was just I don't know. I was always just a huge fan of his as well. So.
I loved Bob Ortiz. That was a guy when I watched pro wrestling as a kid. There were few ring announcers in all of combat sports where I wanted to be them. Jimmy Lennon Jr. definitely one of them because I always wanted to be in a Knockouts game, like the Knockout Kings boxing games they used to have. Jimmy Lennon Jr. was the announcer for that. But you look at those guys, and you're like, oh, they're so good, and there's not a lot of good Steve Guy, again, really good, but you watch some ring announcers on TV and you're like, how'd you get a job? How'd you do it?
What about Lenny Hart, Ray?
Well, again, that's one that I'm gonna hold a grudge against for the rest of my life. She was a hero, Jake Digman. She stood us up like the guy at prom.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was midnight here because it was 9 a.m. in Japan or whatever, or something like that. Yeah, we stayed up to do it, and then she never showed up. Yeah.
Was she the one from Pride?
Pride. Yeah.
Oh, I love her. When it was in the red corner.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Out of the United States of America, Josh Barnett.
Yes.
Huge fan.
yeah, she's great. We were excited to have her too, and now Ray's angry. She stood us up.
Yeah, she no-showed us.
Yeah, but at the time, 3 people watched us.
True.
True. Instead of 33.
Yeah,
it's man, go on this internet show or have an omelet. I don't know. This omelet's smelling pretty good now.
Right. Well, they said yes. We went through her manager and said yes. Right. And I don't know. You should have checked this out beforehand if she didn't want to be on. Dude. And we were just doing voice because it's 9 a.m. She doesn't want to put her face on. I get it. Right, we're just doing audio with her, but still, it was kind of a bummer because we were up,
right, I feel your pain on that. So we used to do before I got into ring announcing. I was actually the executive producer for it was called PKW Live, and it was an MMA radio show. It was on SportsTalkCleveland.com and maybe on WNIR for a hot minute, but it was definitely on SportsTalkCleveland.com. And it was actually a podcast before podcasts were a thing. This is 2005. And most people listen to it later on, but one of my jobs was I had to coordinate with these guys that had fights coming up. So the big names in the sport. This is I remember Rampage, and he'd be training in Japan to be fighting for Pride, and just trying to get that the people on at the right amount of time. My favorite one ever was in the I was booking it was Chuck Liddell and Randy Couture, and I was booking them to come on the stage. They're about to fight each other, Liddell Couture 3, and I was in traffic in Cleveland, and I get a hold of Randy Couture on the phone. I start talking to him, and he's just out of nowhere. He's just like, "So how's your day?" I'm like, "Good. How's your day?" He's like, "It's going good." He goes, "It's like it's a little warm here. Is it warm there?" And I'm like, "No. I mean, it's." He's like, "Where are you at?" I'm like, "Cleveland." He goes, "Oh, Cleveland. Yeah, never been there." So I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, I hung up the phone. I'm like, "Did I just become like best friends with Randy?" Because most of the guys, you call them and it's just like, "Okay, I'm going to be on this time." Okay, great, thanks, bye. No, you just the first one and probably, so I can recall, the only one who ever asked about me. So, and then years later, I saw him at I went to UFC 68 with for PKW for media, and years later, the year after that, at Strikeforce, I went up to Randy Couture. I told him, I was here last time I was in this building was for UFC 68. I had a great time that night. And he looks at me and goes, "Yeah, me too." That would have been the night. That was the night he beat Tim Sylvia to become the heavyweight champion. So
I remember that fight. Yeah, it's funny. This is something I wanted to ask you about. Where do you wear nowadays when you're ring announcing? I mean, like in the movie, they decided you in a polo, but I've seen you like in a white suit with navs. Like, what are you doing nowadays as far as the get up?
I usually just do a black shirt, a vest, a shirt and tie, dress pants. That's usually like my go-to staple right now. That way it gets warm under there. And I mean, unless it's something like, a big, huge event, maybe one day I'll whip out something crazy again. But man, so the whole, you mentioned the all white quote unquote pimp suit from back in the day. I remember telling we had a sponsorship deal with American Commodore Tuxedo because we had the deal with Sports Time Ohio. So I walked in and basically I just say, "Hey, I want this," and they just gave it to me. So for that show, I told Greg and Steve Hyman, I said, "Hey, I'm going to wear an all-white suit with a top hat and a cane." He goes, "Okay, ha, ha, ha," thinking it's funny. I'm in the back at Nautica, and I get dressed in the dressing room, and I walk out, and Steve Hyman looks at me and goes, "You're not really going to go out there like that, are you?" I'm like, "Well, I don't have another suit." He goes, "Oh, man, I don't know about this." I'm like, "Oh, well, what else am I going to wear? It's the only one they have on me." And in hindsight, I'm glad I did it because it got people talking. I was like, I just want to do something that was kind of over the top and crazy at the time, and that definitely fit the bill. As it was one of those things where there was also the lesson in it though that I learned. I mentioned earlier, don't take away from the show. And the reason why I never did it again is because I did feel when I had my phone blowing up and people talking about it and whatnot, I did feel a little bit that it took away from like some of the early fights as opposed to like later on where people, the fights they came to see, they didn't care what I could have been in my underwear. They wouldn't have cared. But it's part of the reason why it was a self-learning lesson, and that's why I never did it again after that. I've done a couple fun ones though. We did a St. Patrick's Day show, a show on St. Patrick's Day or right around there for RFO a couple years back, and I wore a green vest with a green tie and everything, which led to the absolutely great thing that you could just green screen me out. I could be wearing whatever you wanted me to be wearing.
And get you in trouble if they wanted to. Yeah.
Right.
What happened to Ray, Thomas? There he is.
Back.
What happened?
No, I had to pee real quick.
Oh, well, you didn't say that. You just disappeared.
Said I'd be back.
All right. With you, usually your equipment malfunctions. You don't know where you are. All right.
I then texted like a gentleman because I didn't want to interrupt Jake. And you just got to call it out, don't you, Danko? You just got to call it out.
That's what this whole show is.
You got to tinkle, man. Go take care of business.
One thing I did want to ask you before we let you go is you have favorite nicknames that like I'm here's some pretty great nicknames. Do you have favorite nicknames that you have announced? So
there's one that I announced. I actually took a guy's nickname away. So I'll get to my favorite ones. But the one I took away, I was in a show up in Michigan, and this dude's name, I don't remember his real name. His nickname was the Knockout King, and he was 0-3. And I looked at him, I go, "That's not your nickname." He goes, "Yeah, Knockout King." I go, "No, you're the Knocked Out King. You're not getting a nickname." And I literally took it away from him and refused to say it. So that was pretty fun one. My two favorite nicknames of all time are Chase, "Why you gotta do him like that, Owens," and Zach, "Bad News at 11 Goebel." Yeah, those are the two most creative ones out there. Because you get a lot of like whatever the typical ones like the hammer or whatever like so many of the years. But, no offense, Mark Coleman. I love your nickname. Don't.
He's an original. But wasn't there? I thought there was somebody that fought for Navs that was his nickname was I thought this was a dance contest.
That must have been after me. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one. Why you do them like that? And Bad News at 11 were the two that really stuck out to me from back in the day. That I'm just like, oh, that's
pretty cool. One of my favorite ones that I've heard recently is a guy, I think he's a Swedish guy who just fought in the UFC 2 weeks ago when Ray and I were doing a live stream. His nickname is the Pleasure Man. Is that what it was? I'm going to need to know the story of that one. Like the Pleasure Man. I'm going to need details.
That's a pretty good one. It's like, we need context of this.
Yeah, I need context. You actually I talked about Andrew. You gave him a nickname once. I think he still uses it, the Gavel. What was on it? You actually, Andrew Law. You gave him the nickname the Gavel. Apparently, you asked him if you could do it. Yeah, you're like, hey, this would be a good nickname for you. Can I use it? And he's like, I don't care.
That's pretty good. I don't remember that, but if he says that, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that was like back when Dan Bobich had fights.
Okay, yeah, the Gavel, Andrew Law. I like that. That's
yeah. Well, you came up with it.
No wonder why. Like I'm old. I forget things that I've done. Sorry. I mean, I remember. I think that they didn't want to go with the trope of like Andrew breaking the law, because that'd be too simple. So it's like lay the hammer down with the gavel because he is the law. I like
T-shirts
that.
at one point. It was like a zombie judge with a gavel. They're pretty fucking cool.
How I know that? I would ask for some royalties.
Right? I don't know. I doubt he made much money out of it.
I would have gotten 12 cents.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You go with your $8 check. At 12,
Heck yeah, man. I'm making the big bucks in this business.
You guys have anything else? Thomas, you have anything?
What got you into being a ring announcer? What drew you to that profession besides the fact of your creativity? What drew you to it?
So back in 2004, I went to WrestleMania 20. The WrestleMania that no longer exists in history. And I watched the ending of Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero holding up the championships, the whole thing about like hard work and dedication. And if you bust your butt, you can make it. Yeah, it didn't age well at all. The story.
No, hold on, Jake. I hate to interrupt you, but I loved watching the progression of Danko as you were explaining. You're like, right. Why is it missing? Why is
like why does it no longer exist? And you say Chris Benoit. I'm like,
oh yeah, right. So anyway, I end up leaving there. After going to that show, I was like at Madison Square Garden. I was like, man, I want to be a part of putting. I knew I was never going to be a wrestler, but I wanted to be a part of this has to be a job. The person putting on these things, some people work here. This has to be like someone gets paid to do this. So I ended up going to broadcasting school. I was in college and I ended up leaving there. A friend of mine she was working for WONE in Akron, and she was like the traffic girl. And she had told me, she's like, hey, I went to the Ohio, what was then called the Ohio Center for Broadcasting. Mm-hmm. So the 928 Nights class of 2004, that was me, and that's the group that I was in. And from there, I told them, I go, this sound crazy, but I want to get into pro wrestling, and I want to do like pro wrestling broadcasting, whether it would be on a play-by-play announcer or I didn't care. I just want to be involved in the show somehow, behind the scenes, whatever. It didn't matter to me. So that's when I ended up getting recommended to a guy by the name of Paul Belfi, who ran a show back then, Pro Wrestling Insider. It was on WKNR and then Sports Talk Cleveland. Well, the MMA show was on right after that. So I was up there doing it for the wrestling show, and one day Greg Kalika says to me, he's like, hey, we got a show down in Columbus that I need to go cover for the Pro Karate Weekly website, and I need someone to go with me. Would you be interested? And I was like, I'd never seen MMA. I had no idea what it was about. And I take it back. I had seen UFC back in the day, like UFC 1, 2, 3. I remember renting those as a kid and watching that. But I'm like, I wasn't familiar with the updated of this is like 05 at the time of like where the sport was at. And so It was right before the Ultimate Fighter had started on Spike TV. So I told him, okay, I'll go down there. I'm like, yeah, I'll go with you. So we go down to the was it the Schottenstein Center? I think down is that the one in Columbus? I believe the arena down.
So, yeah,
Not Nationwide, the other one, the smaller one.
I believe it's Schottenstein.
Schottenheim,
Yeah.
Oh, Schottenstein, thank you. And we end up at this table, and he's like, okay, we had a merch booth set up there, whatnot. And I have these people coming up, start asking me questions because, if you work in the booth, you should probably know what you're talking about. And I just happened to be fortunate that the other guy we were sharing a booth with was Ruthless Robbie Lawler. And all of these guys came up and started talking, asking all these questions. I was just honest. I was like, hey, I see you must be a pretty big deal in this because all these people are coming up and, and getting your autograph. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I've always been taught, if you don't know something and you're in a situation, be honest about it. And he's like, oh, okay. So I got the opportunity to go sit down cage side next to like the Sherdog guys and everything and cover a couple of fights. And I went down there and I'm watching it and I don't know what I'm looking for. And I kind of see it. And then when I come back up, it was actually Robbie Lawler who explained everything of what MMA was and jiu-jitsu, what you're trying to go for. And they gave me like the rough breakdown of the sport, just the Cliff Notes version of it. On the ride back, I was talking with Greg Likas, and Greg's asked, my opinions of the show and what I thought of it. And I told him, I go, it's really cool, but here's the only thing that needs more emphasized is if I don't know fighter A versus fighter B, I need to see more of their personality for a reason for me to care about them, which is kind of hilarious what UFC ended up becoming and how much they borrowed from pro wrestling and from old school boxing like that. And I was like, I said that, he goes, I kid you not, that on the way back up, he goes, do you want a job? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He goes, we needed an executive producer for the PKW radio show. He goes, I'm going to pluck you from the wrestling show. You're going to come work for me now. And I'm like, okay. He goes, I'm going to pay you this much. And the wrestling show was paying me nothing. So I was like, well, okay. I'm like, you're paying me something. Here I come. I now work for you. So probably couple months after that, very, very shortly after I came on board and everything's going good with the radio show, Greg looks at me and goes, we're putting on a show. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, we're putting on a show. We're putting on a fight show. And I'm like, which would become Fight Night in the Flats. And my first night there, I'm running around and I'm like a event coordinator. I'm getting all the celebrities in. That's back when Rich Franklin was like the UFC middleweight champion. Daniel Puder, straight off of his WWE stint where he tried to murder Kurt Angle. And all that fun stuff. So
that's a hard situation right there.
Right. So I ended up doing that. Well, and that was with Duke Rufus, and Duke Rufus was the ring announcer at the time for Gladiator Fight Series. Well, after that, the show went good. It was a pro-am show. Greg comes up to me and goes, okay, we're going to do an amateur show. All us. I'm like, oh, so Duke and those guys coming? He goes, no. He goes, we need to find a ring announcer. And I literally looked at him. I go, I can do it. He goes, what do you mean you can do it? I'm like, I can do it. I've done this since I was a kid playing with my toys. It sounds dumb, but I can do this. You can ask my parents. I used to use a whisk as the microphone. And the first time I ever announced I was horrible, god awful. But the thing he said to me, he goes, I didn't notice you. And I went, oh. He goes, no, that's a good thing. You didn't take away from the show. I didn't notice you. You didn't stick out as being terrible. And then from there, that's kind of where it started. And just, over the course of time, just one show turned into two, turned into here we are today. But yeah, it was a matter of had it not been for that trip down to Columbus and Robbie Lawler teaching me a couple things about what I was looking at and having that car ride back. And then, here I am. And I got to give Greg all the credit in the world, man. He took a chance. It was just like I had no experience whatsoever. And he's just like, okay, I'm going to give you a shot. Because it also saved him money. It was giving me a shot. It saved him money. He didn't have to fly somebody in who probably would have demanded big bucks. I did it on the cheap because back then I was a mark and it was just a chance to do it and grow and, just say, oh my God, look what I'm doing. And, so yeah, to answer your question, that's kind of how it all started. And then I just, like a fighter out there, I try to get better and better each time out. I actually said this to someone at the last BCM show I did. I was watching highlights I was trying to get information from the guys because I try to remember some stuff Like, it's kind of nice when you go up to a guy and you announce him 5 times and you can remember his name. They tend to appreciate that. So I try to get the information down, and I'm listening to myself announce the fight, and I'm going like, I was mumbling. It was just like, I think I just got on autopilot. I'm like, his MMA record, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, so I made a point to like articulate better and be, his mixed martial arts record, 7 wins, 0 losses. Like, no matter what you do, if you think you're really good at it, and like, I have people come up to me after every show and I'm eternally grateful. And like, you do such a great job. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate that. But, at the same time also, I want to get better and continue to improve. And, I'm not laying my life on this, but, maybe one day, the call comes and it just like, I got into the business and they say, hey man, we are a ring announcer that's recommended. Then this guy recommends you. So, hey, can you come do this on a global pay-per-view or whatever? So that's awesome. Kind of, always stay humble and always trying to like, be better than I was the day before at it. And that's kind of how my journey started. And I've been fortunate. We mentioned Warrior and stuff like that. Everything in just right place, right time, right people.
Mm-hmm. What would be your dream venue to ring announce?
Madison Square Garden.
Okay. Yeah. What event?
What's that?
What event, if you had your choice of anything in combat sports at Madison Square Garden, do you see yourself ring announcing for?
So childhood me would tell you WrestleMania, but adult me would tell you realistically UFC.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
I know I'm better. I'm more suited at that, and my style's like, But I mean, it could be the dog show. I don't care. Just in my brain, it's if you've made it to Madison Square Garden, you've made it, and that's always been like a career lofty. That's why I was WrestleMania 20, Madison Square Garden. That's kind of where the whole journey started for me on this. So that's my one big bucket list that I've always wanted to do is MSG.
Now I know you don't care about the contents, but what would be your dream card to announce at Madison Square Garden if you had to pick?
God.
If you had to pick a card,
like what do you mean, like just like a UFC card or?
Yeah, UFC card. You the one fight you want to ring announce for, because that would be the one that inside you'll just be giggling and saying, "I did that."
Okay, so here's a dream fight of mine that I've had this dream fight since 2008. So it is, and just because I know it would make a ton of money, and it's just this would be the headliner if I could pick anything. Stipe Miocic versus Brock Lesnar.
There we go.
Operation Get Stipe Paid.
I'd buy it.
Everybody would buy it. So that would be my end all be all headliner. That if I could do one, that'd be it.
Tim just said not now.
Now. But I said it's an even now. People. Will buy.
Okay, even now. Okay, even now. Right. I thought you said not now. I'm about to call you out.
Calm down, Ray. Calm down. No. Putting words in my mouth. Get out of here.
Come on. You're putting words in Jake's mouth. I don't know. I'm losing touch.
Sorry, we not hate each other, but we've been doing the show for 162 episodes. But
yeah.
You mean Brock Lesnar or Stipe? That would be one. I would be so happy for you because I'd be sitting back there giggling like a Cheshire cat if you got that one.
I mean, unfortunately, we'd probably have to have something absolutely catastrophic happen to Bruce Buffer for that to ever take place. Because I'm pretty sure he's going to keep that
and
job.
Martinez and
probably for a couple of years after that too. They'll just like they have a recording. He has everybody's name recorded on file. Let's do like an audio or something.
Jake, I know some people. We can make Bruce just disappear for a couple of days.
Oh, geez, Thomas.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be like
part of that.
I don't want to be an accessory to anything here.
This video. This video.
Hey, Jesus.
It had nothing to do with it.
Bruce was wonderful to me when I met him. You don't wish any of that evil on him.
It's not evil. I just said he'd go on vacation. That's all.
Go on vacation. He's like Tony Soprano with Artie Bucco, just like I got this week vacation. Can you take it off my hands?
Now you're scaring the hell out of our guest. Good job. Now I think he's gonna be indicted on something.
I've seen and lived worse. You're fine.
So is that all you have, Ray?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe this has been probably one of our best interviews. Jake is
We've gotten
an
so lucky
amazing
with
human
interviews. They've
being.
all been great.
Yeah,
Like-
all of our interviews. I mean, Tim was fucking hammered for the last interview with Brogan Endress.
You weren't here
because
And
you
I
got
had to
nervous and did
I had to
5
do 10
shots in a
tequila
row.
shots as
You
as punishment.
sociopath! Like what the fuck?
We're fine.
But I mean, having you on has been something we've wanted to do for a while. We've talked about you on the show a lot, so to have you on finally is definitely a big honor for us, especially since like I said, I met you in Indianapolis on just like a show at a country bar, for fuck's sake, and it was one of the best times I've ever had. So anytime I see you out in public, it's fun to see you. And like I said, one of the best, in my opinion, right now out there, Jake Digman. Go watch Warrior. Make that paycheck a lot higher for him. God damn it. I want royalty checks in it. I want at least 20. I want a 20 spot.
Ooh.
Let's get it.
Big.
Lofty goals.
Hey, I'll take it.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you for all the love. I absolutely appreciate
I gotta
it.
ask this, man. Will you record an intro for us?
Yeah.
Do it now. But like, yeah, would you do that for us?
Yeah.
That'd be
how
awesome.
do you feel about tequila?
I ask everybody this question.
Do you like tequila?
I do like tequila.
Ooh,
Depends on the tequila. You know, I go big or go home with tequila. I like Patron.
Okay. All right.
I like Patron. I like Cabo. Right now I have some Cuervo in my house.
Ooh, yeah, we have 1800 in ours. This is what we use. But we do a game, and I want to give it.
Hang on 1 second, all right? Keep us up. Right back.
Jake Digman. Fucking Jake Digman rules. He is a man among men. He's an amazing human being. So glad we had him on the show. Yeah.
There you go. I got my little what was left from my blossom experience this summer. My little flask bottle.
Nice. So we have a game that we play for UFC pay-per-views. Only pay-per-views, because honestly, if we did it for fight nights as well, we'd be in the hospital, all of us. One of us has been. Can you guess who it is? Maybe you can. But we have a game called Tequila Quences, where we pick 2 fighters via a wheel, and if your fighter wins, no shots, you're good to go. But depending on when your fighter loses, you have to do a certain amount of shots. Are you in, Jake Digman?
Count me in. Sounds like fun.
We have
a player later the next day, but hey, right now you only live once.
Yes, we do it.
Yeah. Well,
we do it the Tuesday after the fights, and
when's the next
Thomas?
2 weeks, right? So
2 weeks,
3
but
weeks.
Thomas has been the recipient of way too much punishment by the wheel, and it's been a lot of like very racist wheel giving him 30
not
shots.
a racist wheel. It's
a racist
Wheels don't
wheel.
like black people. It's stated. It's a fact.
The wheel. What is the most someone's had to do? Is it 8?
8. I think has been the record we've had. Thomas had to look
last
30 in
episode,
the
I didn't
face.
have to do any. Usually it's like 2 or 3, but I didn't have to do any last time. Both my fighters won. Ray's had to do 1 shot. I think Thomas had to do 2 or 3. Most of the time it's not that bad, but the worst it's ever been is 8.
Yeah, it's a fun game, so we'll have you on for a UFC pay-per-view.
Let's get
down
Jake
the line.
and Blake Troop on. They both said yes. So let's
Yes!
get both in the same one.
That would be amazing. Bulletproof
holy-
Blake Troop and Jake Digman. That would be a show. That would be a show. That would
Sounds
be
like
amazing.
fun. Tell me when and where.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, my friend. Thank you for being on. Give
Thank you,
everybody your social media handles real quick so you can get some follows there.
I'm on the Facebook at Jake N Digman. I believe that is my page, and there's also I have the Jake Digman Master of Ceremonies. If you look that up, give that a like. I not only do I announce MMA shows, boxing shows, kickboxing shows, I'm also an ordained minister. So if you're looking to get married by a ring announcer, I can bring that flair to your wedding service as well. So that's on there.
I'm a movie star.
I'm on
Officiate your wedding.
Instagram. I am at my real name is Jennings because my real name is actually Jennings. So at my real name is Jennings. So yeah, that's my Instagram handle. And I have a Twitter, but I don't like Twitter, so I don't ever use it. I don't even. I think I'm at Jake Digman, but like I don't know. I just this is me. I don't like reading through and people just yelling back and forth at each other their opinions. I don't care. So I never really got into it, but I have one. I'm at Jake Digman. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, I might tweet once a year.
Nice. And again, dude, we appreciate you being on, and look forward to having you to play Tequila Quences. It's gonna be fun. I like it, and yeah, dude, thank you very much for being on, and we look forward to having you on again.
Thanks for having me. I look forward to come on again sometime in the future. Thanks. Guys.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you. Have a good night, brother.
Man. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
That was fun.
We've gotten so lucky with guests.
Yes.
I mean, eventually we'll have a clunker. But I think it's like I said before, it's because we're not a big show that they don't want to come on unless they want to come on, right? So
yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
We've gotten
guests. We have fun.
We try to, man. You know?
Yeah.
If they don't have a good time, and I feel like he didn't feel like he wasted his time. I think like he had fun. I hope
he's a fellow Ohio Center for Broadcasting's guy.
Yeah, that's kind of how we bonded as well. Like we talked stories because he used to be at the old building. I think. Yeah, that was the old building.
That was around the corner.
I forgot to tell him the one time that I did meet him. It was at Annabelle's in Akron. He just happened to be there, and I saw him. Like, hey, you're the announcer, dude. And we just talked about MMA for like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I can tell you when.
We were. I'll never forget what bar were we at. It was nothing salacious, but we were at the Naptown Inn, I think is what it was called.
Oh, Lord, pass.
It was exactly what you think it was, but it was fun. It was a cool place, and me and Jake got to know each other there and at the hotel afterwards, and it was a lot of fun, man. I had a blast with Jake, and I'm glad that I can call him a friend.
I think a lot of the announcer stories are kind of like I kind of fell into it, right? It's
yeah,
kind of how that is. Listen, I had a dream of being an announcer for a long time. Listen, I'm not saying I would love to do it still. But it's one of those things. There's only so many jobs, and you can have guys like Jake out there who deserve the jobs, right? So I will say this: everyone I know who's worked with them say great things about them. So
yeah,
that's if you have a card, MMA card or whatever, and you hire Jake Digman, you're gonna get good shit. You're gonna get professional. You're gonna get someone who knows what they're doing. It's one less thing to worry about. You hire Jake. So
I watched him in that Indianapolis show go through all the weigh-ins. That's where I watched Gene Walker also have a meltdown. I was with two people I know.
So get Jake and Gene Walker on. Let's talk about that card.
Yes. We kind of did.
Again. Yeah, we did. We did. We have Gene back on because Gene will just talk forever, and it's a podcast, so we're fine with that.
And he gets conspiratorial, which I feel more comfortable now in the microphone talking about. I'm ready for you, Gene. And it's
just gonna have Gene and the governor.
Oh, I'll make a phone call that day and just be and talk. It's gonna suck. He's gonna have to bring water that day. I think he's gonna his throat's gonna get very parched. Talking.
Will he have time to drink? I know he doesn't have time to bleed.
The governor does not.
Time to drink.
I don't. I'm not even gonna do it.
I don't have time to read. What?
What? You think Jesse Ventura got invited to the Queen's funeral?
No.
How great would it be if?
What do you think? Did? I was gonna go anyways. That would be hilarious. I've never seen the Queen.
Look, Mr. Joe Biden, there's Jesse Ventura. Wait, what?
Yeah. Jesse was obviously.
Dude, have we tried to get Jesse Ventura on this show?
No, I don't know how to do that. Though.
God,
does he have any social media, or does he have representation?
Probably not.
If that happened, Ray would blow his top.
The thing is, though, if he found out you did an impression of him, he probably wouldn't do it. Would he?
Here's the thing. I would
Woody,
admit
I
up
don't know what kind
front.
of guy he is.
I would admit up front I do like a bad Jesse the Body Ventura impression. All right. But I would then want to just like talk about like conspiracy show. I want more on that show, like how deep into facilities were you allowed to go? That kind of stuff. Just conspiracies in general. And then pro wrestling from like the 70s and 80s. Like
Yeah, I want to know.
that would be big time for me.
I want to know how Bruno
listen,
San Martino was. I really want to know how Bruno was.
I don't know if you know the guy I'm talking about knows that, but listen, Dr. Jerry Graham Jr. will come.
Yeah,
said he wants to come back on, and like we haven't had him on since Thomas has been on. So
Thomas, are you familiar with Dr. Jerry Graham Jr.?
I've heard stories.
He's the father of a friend of ours, Jerry Jaffe. Shout out to the powerful one. The East Side Comedy Zone. Actually, tomorrow.
No, I miss Jerry.
I miss Jerry a lot. I think the last time I saw when he headlined Totes Place.
One of my favorite people.
Can I make an announcement real fast? And this is for the chat.
Oh God,
is the chat still here?
The chat is still here.
Sometimes they leave and we don't put their comments up. I'm sorry.
Well, we got into a thing though. Like
we were doing something.
We were into
here's John
Digman.
Casey. Here we go.
We won't put up the comments a lot. That's why I try to respond. Because some of the comments, if we put them up, oh boy, that would be an oh boy.
Yeah.
But I am paying attention. I am reading. That's why I try to respond anytime somebody puts something in there. And John, you were trying to get me in trouble. So
what? Will Sasso?
No. John 209 was just trying to get me in trouble. Like he was just trying his best.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I love you, John, but gosh dog it. And Bruno is why I named my cat Bruno. So Bruno San Martino is like my favorite wrestler of all time.
Yeah, I mean he was great at what he did.
And he was from where, Ray?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Right.
Well,
right.
Abruzzi, Italy to begin with, and then he came to Pittsburgh, and his parents settled there forever. I
love you too, John.
I love you guys. I love you all.
Johnny Smith said he's the bad John.
Kind of. You know what? I'll separate baby faces and heels on this show. I don't care.
We don't talk about Bruno San Martino. We don't talk about Bruno.
Well, right now he's.
You talk about Bruno.
He's sitting in front of me right now, so you know what time it is.
It's that feed time, son.
It's time to feed the pussy.
Ooh.
Because he is.
Could you do that and I'll give Ray shit?
I wish I had a camera because he's like stalking, sitting right in front of the computer, like, yeah.
Nice.
You know what this is, don't you, bitch? So get up and feed me.
I wanted to talk about that Browns fan with that setup with the mannequin.
We'll talk about that after Thomas. You want to go feed? Because I feel like this is going to be pretty much.
But I'm also going to tease too. Did you know that somebody's going to jail for assault against Jimmy Haslam?
What?
Talk about it when I come back.
Absolutely. Talk about it. Bad news at 11.
I wish I knew who I thought this was a day. I didn't use a nickname for my one fight, knowing that it was my only one. I wish I would have, but I probably would have used the Disco Gangster. But one I thought of was I thought this was an open mic. Would have been funny.
It would have been great. I don't know if sad all the time. I mean, it's
Sacco shit. Maybe let's use that one.
Spell it with a CH to make it like.
No, listen. I like Ray flying high clack. I think that's good. By the way, I want so bad. I want to tell you them, but I'm saving them. I've thought of a couple roast jokes.
All right, I'll get a hold of Jeremy Shear.
Well, they're doing the tournament now.
we'll live
maybe
stream
maybe
it.
they can sneak us on to like an
Yeah,
opening.
like a guest spot, fucking roast battle.
But I have to see someone else do a roast battle before I do it because I don't know how they do it.
It's
So I have
they
to
go back
watch-
and forth.
I know, but do they do like the in between the thank you shit?
The what?
The thank you, whatever? Like a quick jokes in between?
No, it's joke.
But they don't do like thank you, blah, blah, blah. And then they do their joke.
No.
I have to see someone do it first.
Uh,
We can't go
all right.
first. As long as we don't go first, we can go second. I just can't go first. Because
You work that out with Jeremy.
I have, or just see a video. You have a video. I watch a video. I have some, but I don't want to tell you them. And
That's
I
fine.
like some of them. One of them you might not like. It's fine.
No, yeah, I'd have to work. Well,
How many jokes do you need?
I think 5.
5. All right. I think I have a few. The one I really like, and because I had an idea for it, but I was trying to crack the punchline, and I think I just cracked the punchline. But I can't, I'm not gonna waste it as much as I want to. I can't gonna waste it.
Yeah, I think, and also we appreciate again Jake Digman for being on. Holy shit, that was awesome. But no, yeah, I'd have to write some. Most of them probably fat jokes.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else you got?
OCD. I could go after some OCD.
Did you see that article I sent you about those people, the Target people, the people targeting the?
Yeah.
The people are pissed because Target has a sweater that says OCD, excessive Christmas disorder, and people with OCD are pissed. And as someone whose OCD runs their life, pretty much, I can tell you that it doesn't offend me. However, I don't think it's very funny. I think it's just dumb, but it doesn't offend me. Actually,
yes.
I think it's a little funny because of how ridiculous it is.
Yeah,
that's why it's funny. It's not funny for the reason I want it to be funny.
No,
it's funny because they're just so blind and they don't give a shit.
Yeah,
about the people who have OCD.
Zero planning went into that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute, that's what you get with shitty marketing. Jake Digman could talk about that.
I would
Where
like
it's
one of
just
those
shit
sweaters. Someone
marketing.
give me one of those sweaters, please.
Yeah, we could possibly find one on eBay for $200. You know, there'll be those assholes selling them who have bought them already.
No. Target still sells them. They didn't
Oh,
stop
really?
selling them. Yeah, you can get on Target.
So, for the first time in Cleveland Browns history,
oh God,
a fan has been permanently banned from Cleveland Browns Stadium for life.
Good.
It's the first time.
Yeah, this is the first. After the Browns lost horrifically,
they've had streakers.
They've had streakers, but streakers don't get banned for life.
They don't.
No,
they'll probably get basically the rest of the season, depending on the week.
something
Or,
like that.
it's
They'll
not-
pay
a
their
couple
fine.
weeks.
Yeah,
They'll pay a fine. Whatever. That's no
But-
harm, no foul. What we're talking about, possibly you and I are simpatico on the thinking here. It was just vile.
Well, no. What happened?
Ooh.
Was after the Browns horrifically lost, the fans were angry. So the
sure were.
fans. So one fan who says he was drunk, and that was why he did it, decided that he would do something that no sane person would do, especially
Have
when
sex with Ray.
when that same person owns the stadium and owns the team. He threw a full water bottle at Jimmy Haslam and connected. Went to
You
jail
guys are
last night.
classless. Your Browns fans act like fucking classy individuals.
No, listen.
But yet you shit on the Steelers fans
No,
who
'cause you're
make fun of
garbage.
their rapey quarterbacks
Because you are.
and don't throw shit at each other or the field. We've
Listen.
never done that at Heinz Field. All right.
Listen.
I'm gonna call it Heinz because it's Heinz.
It's not Heinz.
It's Heinz.
Not Heinz anymore.
It's Heinz.
Heinz.
It's the Jack with the Indians. Wrong.
It's always gonna
Anyway.
be the gun to me, man.
The gun wrong.
Not the
0 for
Rocket
4.
Mortgage Fieldhouse.
I don't know. I do say the
Hey,
Kia
hey,
'cause
hey, it's
easier
called
to
the
say than
Romo Fijo.
Fijo.
Romo
it's too
Fijo.
many. Can we just call it
Shout
the
out to
R?
Bill Squire for
the
for
Rock?
helping create that.
The Rock.
Ugh.
Anyway, so these people, somebody in their tailgate put a mannequin with a boner and said that happy endings aren't illegal. Which, listen, that is true, but that's not the point. Is was making light of their quarterback shadiness, and they were trying to be funny, and I'm sure some people.
But
thought it was funny.
wait, hold on. I still want to continue on this bottle thing because, like, that's a shit thing to do. Like,
We've had Bottlegate 20 years ago. Was Bottlegate?
yeah, like, really? Are we Philadelphia? Like, we're not fucking Philly, all right? We don't.
We mean
throw
we.
shit.
Don't you pretend like you're part
God
of this?
Damn it. We
No,
have a
you
shitty fucking.
Ray
Here's the
pretends
thing,
he's
we
from
have a
Pittsburgh, although he's
reputation
not.
that I hate. I hate Cleveland's reputation as a city.
Listen,
It's purely bullshit.
I'm gonna say the same shit about the water bottle guys. I'm gonna say about the mannequin with the boner. I'm going full on
Okay.
January 6th insurrectionist and
Oh,
saying
God.
that wasn't a Browns fan, that was a Steelers fan in disguise trying to make us look bad. Prove me wrong.
No,
Prove me wrong.
No,
Prove me wrong.
no.
This is
Yes.
the same
It
jackass.
was
Hold on, I got a
Antifa.
call to
It was
make.
Antifa.
This is the same jackasses that sold their soul. Did Ray just take himself off?
He's gonna come back with a dumb voice. Hope it's a new one.
But
It's not.
these are the same motherfuckers that sold their soul and
Steelers
sold
fans.
their allegiance to Deshaun Watson.
Steelers fans. Making us
Not
look bad.
Steelers fans.
Yes,
Deshaun
making us look bad.
Just like it disgusts me to see people in the crowd with 4 jerseys. It's like, are you serious? I'm really at that impasse.
Listen, man, I'm all for him. Well, I'm not going to buy his jersey, but I'm all for him if he wins games for us. Listen, you know what? Jacoby Brissett has not been playing bad.
I know you would sell your soul for a Super Bowl championship, wouldn't you?
You know what? I'd rather you go back to the other voices, Ray. Honestly, this is fucked up.
Who's Ray? Who's Ray?
Get out of here. It's like Mr. Bear.
Hi.
No, and the answer is no. I wouldn't. Listen, I wish they didn't do this deal they did, but the thing is, they did. So we're on the roller coaster now. So let's hope it works out. I'm not going to
I'm refusing
buy.
to get,
I'm not going to buy a jersey for him. We're not going to build him a statue, but I'll be pretty happy if he wins this games.
I'm refusing to get on the roller coaster. Like I'm at a
We're already on
shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Tim, I'm disappointed in you.
Are you?
I'm very disappointed. You know that Steelers fans would never do that. They would always make fun of their guys and then hit them and assassinate them on the Chuck Knoll.
Wait, you don't think that was making fun of our guy?
No.
It was
really
being sarcastic.
creepy. It was creepy.
It was still fucked up and creepy, but I think they were just being sarcastic. They were still fucked up.
Yeah. I want to punch them in the throat.
No,
I don't like them people. I don't.
Also, was it someone who had a tailgate set up with like the picture of themselves on a flag, shirtless? Wasn't that something else I saw?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do you expect, man? What do you like? Come on.
I'll still say Pat McAfee had the best line.
Well,
Because when he said that the elf would show up swinging his towel around shirtless.
Yeah. Hey, man, again, I fucking love Brownie. I don't know that everybody's on board, but guess what? I'm a fan.
I'm a fan of it as like a logo at like the 50-yard line. To be honest with you, watching the game, it didn't bother me.
Like Miles.
I still wish they used the other one, though. I still wish they used the other one.
If your team's best defensive player comes out and says, and I quote, I think our identity is a little confused. Our insignia is a helmet. Our fans are dogs that bark, and we got an elf in the middle of the fucking field.
He didn't know the whole story behind Brownie the elf, though.
He didn't.
So, but the thing is, you know what? If the light was who on the team, the Lighters, if they didn't try to suppress them so much, suppress Brownie the elf so much, it wouldn't be as big a deal because it would have been around the whole time. Like when they bought the team, the 90s team, or the 99 team, they hated Brownie the Elf, so they tried to hide it forever. And they were like, no Brownie the Elf. They hated it. Then they brought it back. Hasn't brought it back.
I hate that fuck.
Who?
The elf.
Why?
There's nothing intimidating about an elf.
I'm going to turn my mic off and let you guys
Have you seen
debate.
a fucking elf shoot a bow and arrow, Thomas? They live forever. They fucking know combat. They're fucking gorgeous usually. They fucking control the media and the Fed.
They make toys in the North fucking Pole.
They do that too.
Elf.
That was like the reject ones, the little fucking little tiny ones. Not talking about the fucking like the not J.K. Rowling, the other the guy who wrote Hobbit. What's his name?
J.R. Tolkien.
Tolkien. The
Yes.
Tolkien ones, man. Tolkien ones are fucking gorgeous and they run shit. They live forever. They know how to shoot bow and arrow. You know, Krav Maga.
The only
They
time I
bake
want
good
to see an
cookies.
elf,
All those things.
the only time I want to see an elf is he's delivering a Christmas package. An elf does not belong on a fucking football
Shit,
field.
where's Lord Thoven? I gotta call Lord Thoven. He's pissed.
Call me racist if you want, but elves belong in the North Pole. God damn it! I know my place. I belong.
Go back to the North Pole. Yeah, just like saying something else. Yeah.
And John
John has to bring it. I love it.
John, no, not at all. Not at all.
Our commenters are just, I love them. They're the best.
But you did feel that way when you watched that movie Bright again with Anderson. When they're like, oh, and they have all the fashion and all the money and they run the media. Like, what? The elves. Anyway, but no, the elves. Like, there's never been any like fantasy series where the elves are like just like shit, like the trailer park people. Like the elves are always like the high class.
Fucking elf. There's nothing intimidating about an elf on our
Oh, you think that? They're the best lawyers too.
Oh. And dentists.
It's true. Ear, nose, throat doctors. It'd be extra good to figure out that point. Hey, you guys know I'm half elf, correct? I have a pointy ear. You know this, right?
Oh, God damn
Hold on, I
it.
can't hear you. Hold on. I'm
Great
gonna try
God.
to show you my pointy ear. Hold on.
God damn it, Tim. God damn it, Tim.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's a cyst. That's not pointy. That's just a cyst.
See it?
That's a cyst. Don't let your doctors lie to you. Oh,
Hey, Tim, this
great
com-
with money.
Did you see it?
Yes, that's a cyst. That's on a fucking.
Did you see that? Did you
It's
see
not-
John's
no,
comment?
It's funny. My brother, my dad, and my grandfather all have it.
That's interesting. That's interesting. But put John's comment back
On
up.
one ear, by the way. It's not on the other. It's just this ear. I have an elf. I'm half an elf.
Elves are great with money. Yes.
That's true.
I mean, have you ever been to Gringotts? That's how you
It's
do
true. Well, I mean, listen. You don't want to mess with those Orthodox elves. You want to mess with the conservative elves.
it. Conservative elves, they like to have fun every once in a while. They'll
Yeah,
have a
like
party
Brownie
in
the elf's
backyard.
conservative elf.
What?
Did you ever hear Lord Thoven talk about Brownie the elf? He used to know Brownie the elf back in the day.
See, this is why Lord Thoben should have a half an hour podcast. He knows so many people. He has stories.
True.
There's times where you need to tell everything, put it out on the line. Lord Thoben, if you're listening, which I know you are, you're a fan. We appreciate you. Come on our podcast. I want Lord Thoben on this podcast.
Things he won't do it without me if I'm not here. So that's going to be a problem.
Okay. Well, again, or do the podcast idea I've emailed you 70 times. Apparently, he just reads parchment. That's what he
There
told
was
me.
nothing about compensation in there. That's why he didn't
The compensation is in the clicks.
exposure.
Yeah, it's
Exposure.
in the clicks.
Holy shit.
What's up, Brewster? He's always giving his opening
Brewster.
line of the show. Anytime Brewster is
With the
on, he
lamp?
has to just fight with that lamp. I don't know why, but I'm fine with it.
Brownie the Elf fucks.
He does.
That's
He
what.
gets-
That's what
he-
Lord Tholvin says.
He runs the Shire.
He
I'm telling
fucks.
you.
He was He's a jester, actually, but he was like the queen's side piece.
This ain't Captain America and wondering about the elves'
isn't?
virginity.
You know what though?
Hey, I have a
guarantee you-
question about Marvel.
What you
Okay.
got?
Are they gonna make? Don't ask me how I figured this. I heard about this, something random on the internet, because I don't go deep like you guys do.
We'll
Here,
talk in a
Bruce,
second.
thanks, man.
with
You
that.
just missed us, or with our interview with Jake Digman, which is really good.
Yes.
Um,
If you're interested in that, once the episode is up, we will have that time stamped. Sorry.
Marvel. Oh, Marvel. Ned from Spider-Man, sweet Ned. Are they gonna make him like the hobo goblin?
Rumor is that that's a no.
Yeah.
No,
But
I want
it
him to go
depends
fucking bad. I want him to go fucking dark.
It depends on what Spider-Man
Like
4
the
is
most
gonna be
fucking
about.
lovable character in those movies. Go fucking dark as fuck.
Major heel turn. I think that it should
That's
be
what
in
they
the
did.
card.
You guys watch Raising Dion? That's what they did in that show.
No.
Oh, I haven't seen the second season.
Well, they canceled it after that, so I'm not gonna watch it because there's not a third season. So I don't think I'm gonna watch it because I want it to be like a cliffhanger that never ends.
But it depends on what Spider-Man 4 script is going to be. Right now, Spider-Man's next appearance is going to be a very interesting one because it's been confirmed. Spider-Man will be appearing in Deadpool 3.
Nice.
I'm not super excited with the director of Deadpool 3, by the way.
Who's director?
What is his name? The guy who did Free Guy. What was his name? Jay.
Oh, okay. So they took it away from the guy that was doing John Wick, that was working on John Wick stuff.
Yeah, it's the guy who just did Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds. He's done other, like, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's a good director. It'll be fine. But I'm just afraid it will lose its edge, but it probably won't.
Well, you got to think about this. All the John Wick guys, like the reason,
And I want Rob McElhenney in it too, by the way.
The reason that John Wick 4 is going through what it's going through is because all those guys have finally decided that, hey, we're going to concentrate on this universe. We're not going to do anything else. Because a couple of the guys that was working on John Wick 4 got offered jobs from Marvel and DC, and they turned them down because they want to make the universe. Because John Wick,
they're going to make a John Wick-verse?
Pretty much what's going to happen is the TV show is still coming to Peacock.
They're going to make a whole universe about a guy avenging his dog.
Yes.
Hey, there's nothing better.
Listen,
and it's not Keanu Reeves playing John Wick.
It's not?
Probably not.
What do you mean?
He's going to be in the TV show?
The TV show is going to be about the hotel.
Oh.
It's going to be about the hotel and whatever. But they're signed up to do at least 7
movies. It started in a Motel 6. That would be great.
Right? They're signed up to do at least 3 more movies.
Interesting. All right.
All those movies are just action. There's not even a whole lot going on in those movies.
Yeah,
it is.
But those are the best movies where you can just shut your brain off and watch like
those are just
needless violence.
Those are just for dudes.
It's redemption. It's about redemption.
It's about revenge on a dog.
I'm gonna avenge you, Spot.
It's about avenging and redemption.
Oh God.
John Wick is what I live by. I got gold
weird.
coins,
like if someone's like, "Oh, he was avenging his wife," he'd be like, "I was done a movie and a half ago." But his dog is like, "Get them all."
The dog brought him back into the fold. If they didn't fuck with his dog, then they wouldn't have had nothing to worry about. No,
right. And also, it wasn't just the dog; it was because it was a gift from his wife. It was to die.
Exactly.
Blur.
Exactly.
No, listen, I like all those movies. I do like them. And listen, we've been waiting too long for John Wick 4. But there was a pandemic.
Comes out in March, so we don't got that long. And
so that means it already exists. Let's see it.
I will put on my black suit, and I will go pay my homage to my master and Lord and Savior, the Baba Yaga, John Wick.
You go to the movies. You roll on the midnight showing in like an Uber X.
No, I take my car. The last time when John Wick 3 came out, And there's pictures on my Facebook page that'll show you what I wore to see John Wick 3. And then when John Wick 3's little tour came to all the Best Buys, if you look on my Facebook, you will see the pictures of me standing right next to John Wick's car.
Flip it a gold coin.
I got gold coins for real.
Sure you do. Sure you do.
See, he doesn't believe me.
He's invested for the future.
I said I believe you.
Tim, why are you letting your racism show?
What about what I said was
trusting a black man that he has a gold coin?
I said I'm sure you do. I wasn't being sarcastic. You guys really not being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I might even get a new black.
Maybe you are autistic, right? I wasn't being sarcastic.
I'm gonna get a new black suit for John Wick 4.
Ooh, I like it.
I avenged my dog's death and ran over an Asian family. Our commenters, everybody, they're the best. Love you, John.
If you're new, this is the world, and welcome to
You're
it.
paying Amish to see John Wick.
My Amish, yes, I'm paying my Amish to see Jonathan.
And then he writes it down on a scroll for you, everything in the movie, and you read it and go, ha ha.
You did a pretty good job. Dude, guys, I thought I was gonna die. Well, I always do, but I mean, like, in a different way than usual. Yesterday morning, 8 a.m, I think I was up because I don't sleep well and I sleep in like weird chunks, 3-hour chunks. But I was watching television and all of a sudden I hear a big boom, like a giant boom. Like for a couple seconds, I'm like, we're gonna die. Like, are we even attacked? Like, what is that, right? I mean, it was lightning, but it hit something. I don't know what it hit, but it hit something nearby because it was the loudest lightning boom I may have ever heard. And if I was asleep, it would have woke me up, but I wasn't. But for a second there, before I realized it was probably lightning, I thought like it was a bomb or some shit. I don't know. So when it first happened, and I woke my mother up because she was asleep, and I yelled, "Holy fuck!" Really loud. That's the reaction when you hear something.
House shaking and everything like that.
No, just one big boom, but it was pretty creepy, pretty scary. It was for a minute there. For a second.
I'll never forget in 2007. I was at the campus of Lake Erie College for business camp. Look at this face. Is this business camp worthy?
If your business is pornography,
it is. Yes, I'm immediately starting an OnlyFans. You guys can donate
Amish
to.
Mafia. No, we don't. We try to Venmo them, and that doesn't work out because they don't have any.
Yeah, the flip phones aren't conducive to. But no, yeah, I all of a sudden this lightning crashes.
Lightning crash.
I was about to say bigger than the band itself. Just and it shook the building all that I was sleeping in, where it was like you could hear everybody yell in the building because it just it was fucking wild, man.
The angel opens
to rise.
What the hell?
The placenta. You know this song, Thomas? It's the whitest band of all time, probably. Live, pretty white.
Oh, I feel it coming back again.
They only made one song I like, and I can't remember what album. Oh, it was on Secret Samadhi.
Okay.
Which one was it? Cleaners Juice?
Was it what?
The evening I spent in the sun.
No, it wasn't that one.
Which one was it? All Over You? All over
you, all over me.
Son, feel
lay me down. Yeah. Fucking. Our love is like water, Tim. Beaten down and abused for being strange.
What is up with everybody sound like Eddie Vedder in that damn era?
Well, truth is, it didn't. He have a lot different tone. The guy's name was starts with K and ends with an I. It's very long. Kowalski, something long.
I will say this again. We're gonna bring it back to our favorite band on this show,
Creed.
Exactly. The best version of Eddie Vedder is Scott Stapp.
Tattoo on his ass. It's true.
Yeah, I put unless it's Do the Evolution or Jeremy. I will put Creed songs up against some Pearl Jam.
Man, you know what? Not a lot of people would agree with you there, Ray.
I know,
but I'm one of the ones that will. So
it's
and I know I'm not
Jam.
going to die on this hill, but I agree with you.
No, I was about to say I love and respect Pearl Jam. Think they're one of the greatest bands of all time.
Me too.
But Creed's good. So good.
So good.
If it ain't Fear Factory, I ain't trying to hear it.
I mean, the Miami Marlins song,
Young Bang to Jackson 5. Wait, let's play this for Ray. Let's play for Ray.
You want to play it for Ray? I'm down
We've
for
already
it.
played stuff in the show, so we might as well.
I'm down
Let's
for it.
play ball. Not that song. I want that song.
No, we got one for you.
Crack. Well, strikeouts, base hits, double plays.
Thinking of that.
Take the field, hear the roar of the crowd. Bro Plata is drunk now. Bro Plata.
They're down 3-1. Shit. There's a review happening.
Hold on.
I
got it. Hold on. I got it coming. Hold on.
We got to figure out a way get Jake to do it. Maybe we'll just have him make a video with his phone.
Yeah, I'm down with it.
What do you want him to say?
I don't know.
Live from various undisclosed locations in Northeast Ohio.
We'll write it down.
All right. So Ray didn't see this.
This is pretty great.
But Tim saw
like
it.
just their buddies in it too.
Yeah. This is half of
mates.
the old man clique from English grime rap. These are the northern boys.
I'm gonna turn my mic off so I can enjoy this.
Turn it up a little bit, Tom.
Don't wanna fall in love, I just wanna get fucked. Shoveling mountains, a terrible stuff. Heroin, ketamine, jelly bean pop. Shove it in my brain, get it all mixed up. Like wow, I'm a troubled soul. I'm living in a studio flat that's covered in moles. Go outside just to shout to strangers and I crawl in a hole like an ugly mole. I love drugs and sketchy pills, and the favorite ones are the ones that kill quickly. When I go where my loved ones miss me, well the answer's no. Chuck my corpse in a big main road, turn my head to a powdered skull. Let rain pour, turn that to mulch, and that's the last scene of the Patrick Show. As if glue gone paste and my face is plastic, having a gang back to Jackson 5. I'm a ratchet guy, lost my wife when I cracked goodbye. No, don't talk to me unless it's an emergency. I gotta take a number 3. That's a piss and a shit and a wank in a tree. I said, hello there, can I fill your hole? She took one look and she told me no. I got a wife at home and she hates me. I sleep outside cause she makes me. Big bowl of the cocaine, that's me breakfast. I tried crack once, I just wanted to test it and I'm hooked now. I could marry my pie. My wife wouldn't care, she just wants me to die. It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man? It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man? I said a hip, a hop, a hip, I dip my dick in the salsa dip on a Taco Tuesday. Get us back on your boob legs. Feel free to say no. Clean and full of beans. I got a Yamaha keyboard drum machine. It's like a patch of me dungarees. I said, girl, can I get your number, please? Hang myself in the neighbor's garden. When he comes back, that's a nice surprise. Let the darkness just take your soul. Listen up, child. Close your eyes. Just pull it out. Don't cut me hair. Take my face, stub a cig right there. I'm a dirty, wretched man. Call me granddad because I fucked your man. What's the word? Fuck the universe till it hurts. I'm not used to these kinds of mental health issues. I just want to live in a church and find peace. Upon me blame, Jesus, please just stop me pain. I know you think that this is a game, but it's not. Now watch me walk away. I'm a love machine, I don't know when to stop. I got a mouse up here that can make me cock. Pink and leg with a mighty blues. In the club, two-stepping with my black school shoes. Luncheon meat in my boot-cut jeans. Chuck it on bread with a bit of numb cheese. Taste it, would you like your bite? Give the clap to your wife and a wave good night. It's party time, get your drugs out. If you want to make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you want to make love to a sad old man? It's party time, get your drugs out. If you want to make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you want to make love to a sad old man?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Tell you what, she slaps.
I mean, the music bed's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie, but like watching those old men, you're like, oh, I'm so glad I'm going at 52.
Tom and Ray, they don't know who Tim is. Gonna pick this week and say go or a blue hoe. I guess they'll have to wait and see. Who is Tim's hero of the week? I have a couple nominations.
Ooh, okay.
Nathan Crimp. He's this British dude who just broke a Guinness World Record by having a drink in 67 pubs in 17 hours. Actually, it was a 24-hour record, but he did it in 17. 67.
Interesting. I don't think I can
beat it, guys.
No, there's no fucking way. My liver's already probably in cirrhosis level.
Here's the thing. I found out further reading that he didn't have to drink alcohol at every one of those. So he didn't listen. He was definitely like being drugged at the end because he did drink a lot of alcohol, but sometimes he had non-alcoholic beers.
That's fuck you. That's like doing steroids to get the home run record.
No, it isn't.
Fuck your mother.
No, it isn't. That's like hitting inside the park home runs for the home run record.
No, fucking alcohol, son.
No, that's not what the record is. It's not how many beers, having a beer everywhere. It's having a drink that he paid for.
Boo.
But he said more than half he did drink alcohol. I mean, he would die at 67.
No, fucking, you want to go for glory? You put it all on the line. All right, Big Business Ray is not happy with that man.
Oh, then you fucking do it, Ray.
I will.
Exactly. You wouldn't. You just said you couldn't do it. You just
would.
You just said you couldn't do it.
No, you misheard me. That's misinformation.
Gotta get out of here.
Misinformation.
Nominee number 2. No, that's what you fucking said. Nominee number 2, Las Vegas Aces.
Okay.
Champions of the WNBA. Good for them.
All right.
They worked hard. They deserved it. Rookie numbers. What's rookie numbers? This? Oh, wait, who is that? That's Ian, right?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Is that if it's Ian, then yay, we have more listeners. But
we had Jake on earlier. I drank a bunch. Key Brian Hayes from your Pittsburgh Pirates.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. You sent me this.
I did. Oh, I need to send it to Thomas. Hold on.
Yes, send it to Thomas. This is the most Pittsburgh Pirates.
It was pretty great.
Shit, we've given up. We're already eliminated from the playoffs. It is Ian.
I thought so.
But thank you for watching. Thank you guys all for watching, to be honest with you. We appreciate every single person that watches Bro Plata. Even if you're a one-timer, thank you. We appreciate it. But when you sent me this video and I watched this dummy, this fucking idiot.
Number one, he's the biggest star in your franchise, by the way.
I know. That's why I'm pissed. Like you're doing what you do. I'm not even gonna spoil it because I want to get mad watching it again. Like I got physically angry at watching this, going, this is the
middle of a live play. A middle of a play.
Yeah, I know. Which means he's not gonna be with us for very much longer. He's probably gonna go somewhere else.
I don't know.
Come to us.
Left. He has a couple years left, I'm sure.
He can become a Guardian. We'll take him.
We won't be able to afford him.
I want his.
Also, listen, Thomas, he's the third baseman. We don't need a third baseman for a while. Also, if you're in the Guardians organization and you're in the minor leagues, you're playing third base, do you feel like they don't give a shit about you?
This fucking idiot.
They don't need a third baseman.
Gabriel Arias is learning that firsthand.
There's one more thing about this play that I thought is as interesting as anything. Some of these things you never get the chance to see in baseball. So I'm going to back it up to right here and now. I talked about Joey Cora. He's looking out here in the outfield. Well, maybe he's looking at Brian Hayes, who stands right here in front of him. And why would he be looking at that? because Cabrini doesn't even have a glove on. This play is going on. He's in the big leagues, and he doesn't even have a glove on. Why doesn't he have a glove on? Because if you watch a little longer, he's pulling sunflower seeds out of his back pocket. Oh, yeah. And during the play, he's going to have some sunflower seeds and spit them on the floor while Escobar runs in. That's September baseball when you're in the Pittsburgh Pirate organization right now. And that's something that I thought was really interesting and fun to do on the touch. That was awesome right there. I didn't
Need
even
a
know
dig.
the play was happening. But I was too busy watching the play actually happen. As I guess so was Brian Hayes.
Wow.
Just garbage. What the fuck are you doing?
So great.
This is why the Pirates suck, man. Like, we get people. It's Pittsburgh sports. What else do you expect? Pitt can't even get we don't need that.
That's
We
true.
We already have.
That's true.
No.
They tried to steal our Cavs one year. We played an exhibition game in Pittsburgh. I remember.
A few at the Pete.
The only time they had a professional basketball team is in that the Fish That Say Pittsburgh movie.
No, they actually did have legitimately an ABA team called the Pittsburgh Pipers.
Okay.
And fun fact,
they
garbage. Folded the same year they opened. They were only around for a year.
Makes sense.
And you know what they did in that 1 year?
They turned their arena into a Permane Brothers.
They became the ABA champions. They win the ABA title in the only year of their existence, and then
we're
fold.
Out. There you go.
Pretty much.
One and done, son.
It's like hopefully the Pens will do it next year.
So now it's time for the hero of the week, everybody.
Let's do it.
This was pretty obvious. This is a runaway winner. And I feel like Ray will agree with me this week for the winner. This week's winner, the hero of the week, is Marcelo Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
Marcelo Hernandez is someone that Ray and I know. He's like a young comic from Cleveland. He moved pretty quickly. I remember at in Pete's Funny Stop contest, I was the judge when he was in the finals, and he killed everybody. I told him, dude, this was the last time I saw you, and now you're fucking killing it. Then he moved pretty quickly. He went to New York, but he's a Cleveland kid, and he just got cast on Saturday Night Live as a featured player. So that's awesome. I'm so happy for him. That's great. I hope he kills it. I hope he saves the show, because it kind of needs saving, because all the good people left except for Keenan. It's going to be a nice mix of very young, multicultural cast members, and it's going to be like Barney is what it's going to be. It's going to be like a Barney the dinosaur. I really hope they do a skit with it's Keenan and Friends. I hope that it's like all the young cast members and then Keenan showing
he
what's
just
up.
looks at the camera and goes, "I miss Kel."
Sure. Anyway, but
no,
pretty happy for him. Pretty sweet. Pretty excited. This much jealous, but more happy for him than anything. No, I'm not jealous that I didn't leave and go do shit. I just fucking stay in this damn town, but more happy for him than anything. And I knew that kid was gonna be fucking starved one way or the other. SNL, I had no idea he would do that, but I knew he was gonna be funny. It was gonna be good, and I know he's been working hard because he moved out right away and went to New York and doing a lot of shit. So Marcelo Hernandez is this week's hero of the week.
Yes. Well,
good for him. I'm really excited for him. Actually, I'm really excited to see him.
I love Marcelo. I remember seeing him at literally his first couple mics, and for him to be at the place he is, there's absolutely no jealousy, because he worked his cock off to get where the fuck he is.
This is the thing. I'm not jealous of him. I'm just more mad at myself.
Well, I'm not even that. I look at that guy and I'll be like, I'm never gonna be that guy. I'm never gonna be the guy that Marcelo Hernandez is. He fucking worked. But
if you worked, could you have been?
No.
That's the thing. I feel like if I worked, it could have been.
No, I feel like I would be if I really worked.
Not necessarily that. I'm not saying that was necessarily my goal like that, but I don't know. A couple people. Our dude Sean Lynch auditioned for SNL twice.
Well, here's the thing, though. They need more Latino, and I'm not going to say Latina or Latinx.
Well, this is the thing. I'm not going to say that's why he got cast, but if this is the 90s, he would have a harder time getting cast.
But I'm saying they need that representation right now. They need that representation.
No, it definitely helps.
And Marcelo's
going to saying he didn't he wouldn't made it. There's more than one Hispanic person.
I'm not saying that's the reason,
right?
But it's
right. Yeah.
He's
not the only Hispanic person who auditioned.
No, and his talent took him there, like without a
Obviously,
doubt.
yeah.
Really,
There's never
did
been
take
anyone
him
on
there.
that show who hasn't been talented. You know what the worst cast member of SNL of all time was? Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Michael Anthony Hall too.
People forget Robert Downey Jr. was even on it because he was on for like half a year or something.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. That was right after, I think also that was right after like what's that movie called? Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. That was after that.
Mm-hmm.
Good teacher. Seemed to
That's the thing,
care.
too, man. Once you get on SNL, you're pretty much set unless you know, because you're gonna be getting movies and shit too, and all that.
And that's not always the case, but
Is
you
it
know,
not?
Look at Cecily Strong left SNL, and what is she doing?
left
Variety
SNL?
fucking commercials. Yeah.
I thought she was still on. Wasn't she
All
doing
three of
musicals?
them,
She'll
all
be
three
alright.
of them are going. Kate McKinnon, Cecily
McKay
Strong.
McKinnon's gonna be fine. She's been fine.
Yeah, she'll be fine.
Melissa
Aidy Bryant is gonna be fine.
Villaseñor.
But
listen, that's the reason I want to be on SNL right before this year, because I want to eventually I will marry Melissa Villaseñor. So I won't now because that didn't happen, but that was the goal.
That's funny.
The only reason I want to go on SNL is so I can look at Lizzo's ass.
Okay, that too. I want to get Thomas an audition for SNL.
Yes.
I wonder what he did for his audition. I wonder if he did characters and shit, or he just did stand up. Some people just do stand up.
He probably did a stand-up act, which has always been solid. Like it really has.
Maybe he had characters and shit. I don't know if he was doing other kinds of stuff like that. I don't know.
But
it's not hard to see what you can do if you just do like a couple minutes of stand up in front of somebody without an audience.
Ooh.
But that's how Shane Gillis got it. I mean, he got fired, but before he did anything. But shout out to Marcelo Hernandez for
it
was pretty cool. Actually, when I first saw it, I didn't know it was real. I had to Google it. I'm like, oh shit, that's for real.
Oh no, yeah, and also, oh god, she's gonna hate me.
That's new.
Fuck. Or no, they are gonna hate me. I apologize for that.
Oh, he made it even worse. He dead named somebody.
Hold on.
A little shout out. You guys' girl is gonna be at the Garage Bar. If anybody's in Cleveland, it's gonna be at the Garage Bar. Is that East Lake or is that Willoughby? Willoughby. Mary Sand. I can't remember.
Oh no, that already happened. That already happened. Yeah.
Okay.
But Molly Kearney, they're a funny comic from Cleveland, lived out in LA. Alcohol. They're going to be on SNL as well. I've performed with Molly. They're an awesome person, and very excited for them too.
They need to figure out those pronouns, man, because the plurally it doesn't make sense. Like I'm fine with that, but I'm just like, can you make something else up, because the plurally thing makes it plural thing makes it difficult, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That's the only problem. I mean, listen, you be called whatever you want, but I'm just saying, like, everything you learn in English says that doesn't make sense. You're still one human being, right? So that again, I'm not.
You
know where I am.
Yeah,
I'm progressive. I'm up there. You know.
So to a fault sometimes.
Yes, but not to a fault. To be perfect, you mean to perfection. He means. Anyway, so I'm not, all good. You want to be called whatever, but it's just weird because everything you learn in English language doesn't make sense.
Oh God, you have not performed on Molly.
Not on Molly, but with Molly. Yes, and they were very funny. I didn't know they were non-binary.
We should all do MDMA and do a show together. We just been messing with our lights the whole time.
Yeah. I think, my friend, it's time we call it a night.
That's probably true. I don't know if there's anything else to even talk about the fights. Sanhagen's the man. Good job.
That
fight was close, but he did a good job. You can tell everybody you beat Song Yadong. All right.
That was a stiff fight right there with Yadong.
And then, freaking Gregory Rodriguez, that was great. Dude, he had like 30 more seconds to fight. Or the underbridge of, man, did you see that cut, Thomas?
No.
I didn't even know he had enough skin for them to sew it together. Like,
yeah.
It seemed
It
like it
exploded.
was like an inch thick right
That
here.
was for a knee?
But early on a knee.
Yeah, just caught him right between the fucking eyes, man. That was nuts. Thank you, John. Have a good night,
Thanks,
brother.
Sean. I don't know why you appreciate us. We're garbage, but I love you for it.
But yeah, those two fights were wild. And for Gregory Rodriguez to come back the way he did and get that stoppage was pretty fucking dope. Not gonna lie. Both guys had a lot of power, and then Sandhagen. Yeah, it's Corey Sandhagen. He'll stand and bang or get really technical on you, which he started to do in like round 2, which was awesome.
No UFC fights this weekend. Next Tuesday is the day before my birthday, so I'll be crying the whole episode.
Yes. And we will jar those tears and sell them for charity.
Man, I might as well, right?
Let's
do bathwater if anybody wants that.
Nobody.
Just
Why does it
brown.
smell like
looks
onions?
Looks like Dr. Pepper.
Oh, you
Hey,
just scrape part of the
buddy.
rings off of it, like from the
Sure.
tub.
Beaver boy. Oh, Beaver boy.
And I'm going to say this. We say it all the time, but we do appreciate every single person who comments, who likes, who
Very much
shares
so.
our show out. Thank you once again to Jake Digman. Go check him out. Go watch the movie Warrior. Make sure that
HBO
check
Max.
is big.
20 minutes in is what his scene is. About 20 minutes in.
Yes. HBO Max. Go watch it. Jake Digman, thank you very much. Thank you guys, as always. And we are...
Hold on, two joints. My birthday celebration is gonna be. It's gonna be real sad. What do you think it's gonna be? You want me to live stream just like me sitting on the couch watching Netflix?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm down.
All
We'll
right.
produce that, me and Thomas, and make roast you the entire time.
Probably what I'll do is I'll tell my family I'm going out to eat for my birthday, and either they show up or they don't. If they don't, I'm just gonna be like, told them like, if you don't show up, I'm gonna send you all pictures of myself eating by myself, lonely in my birthday.
How old are you gonna be?
35.
Okay, that's not
Y'all
bad.
still babies. Talk to me when
Babies.
you
I
reach
feel like
40.
I'm 1,000 years old.
Oh, stop. But I will say this, as always, we tell you, don't be like us. Please, for the love of God, stop trying to be like us. You need to be more like Don Fry.
Or the White Rabbit.
You need to be like Mr. Bear, right? You have your meth lab in your severed bodies in separate places. Be real smart about it.